The music's gonna stop for a minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Shadows Over Loathing. And now, I have not moved from this spot since the last time we played. And let's see if I can remember what is going on. Oh yeah, the town of Sandwich. I need to get into this cellar here in the past, but I need to find the combination. What is that combination? And where can I find it? Let me go back down to the past. Words are locked with an expressive German combination lock requiring a 5-letter word. Part of me wants to try brute forcing it, but that would not be fun to watch. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while if I do this. There has to be a better way. I can't talk to the kids again, can I? Nah. There's something behind it? Oh. This touches that box would cause a nasty paradox. Decide to leave it be. So if I go find that box in the future. Well, the box isn't here anymore, though. Like, I don't want that balloon right now. Get some rubbing paper. Maybe we can use it for something. What do I do? Hold on. Sorry. What am I supposed to do? Lady, I don't think you have anything for me because I've talked to you. Well... Nope. What about... let's see. So duty head until the very end. What if I show this to the kid? Hey Peter, come here a second. What do you want? I've got something to show you from the future. Like I care about anything you'd have to show me from your poor future. Oh, I think you'll be interested in this. You hold up the rubbing of his tombstone and waggle it in front of his face. Hello, I'm Peter's grave! Peter grabs the rubbing and stares at it. What? That's right, kid. Duty head. Right there on your own gravestone. That's what happens when nobody respects you, because you're an arrogant jerk to everybody all the time. But, you're saying, you've still got time to change. See what I'm saying? Okay. Okay, fine. I'll try to be nicer to people. Good boy. Wonder if that's changed. He was kind of a jerk, but he tried. Yay! We changed the future. But doesn't really help us. There's some sort of hint. Where is what? Can I talk to the guard here? Sandwich cream. Welcome to sandwich. Don't break the law, please. Well, what can I do? What is there left for me to do? What is the combination for that lock? Is it somewhere outside of town? Yes, it must be, because I've looked everywhere for it and I can't find it. What's this cave? Here, take these. Huh? These what? It's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy. I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so I can foist them off on another me to close the loop. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. No, dummy. Use these ones. Then ask Charles Wallace for the crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's where I got these. Didn't you get them from yourself like I'm doing now? No, I used those. Look, just take them. Geez, you got a lot to learn about causality. Okay. Charles Wallace. I need to go find him and ask him about the old bandages. Mushrooms! This huge writhing mass of fungus must be the reason why they call this place Mushroom Mountain. Let's put on a venomous riff. Woo! He did. Mushroom! Okay. So there's just mushrooms here. Let's go to the fairy lair. Ooh, I'll take that. Sorry, I just want to check something real quick. Okay. Oh, I should probably just close this. How much XP do I have? 97. I'm supposed to be a jazz agent. Moxie's my lowest skill. Don't you think that's a little odd? Fairies put their tiny dukes out as you approach. Fight him! Reduce your muscle. Soothing flute. Sacks of violence! That's quite a problem. Resistant to physical damage. But I can just shoot you and be done with it. Oh. Poison. And boom. You're gone, basically. And fire! Or freeze, I guess is more likely. And they're gone. Squirrel cheese! Increases your moxie by 1. These berries keep squirrels the way you used to keep cows. Well, I can only hope that someday they will face a similar reckoning. Oh, right, I forgot. In West of Loathing, the cows came home. Ouch. Well, that's not good. Wackadoo, Pine Needler, Gunmother, Twig Thumper. Okay, let's put on another Sacks of Violence. I should upgrade Sacks of Violence. Put on Orchestra Strike to get rid of the Gunmother. Let's put down Timpani on the Pine Needler. And Wackadoo. I'm just gonna shoot the Wackadoo. Ah! That was mean. Zap. Fairy cake. To a fairy, this is a huge birthday cake. To you, it's a grisly reminder that you killed a fairy on its birthday. Oh no. Wow, this thing is horrible. It must be meant to scare humans away. Take it back to your room! Wait, seriously? You want to take this obviously evil, obviously extremely ugly statue back to your room? The room where you sleep? Yes! You're not going to be able to drag it out of here with fairies still running loose in the area. Good point. I'll take some meat. And let's get rid of the remaining fairies. Place this out with fairy nest. Fairy knife! Causes targets to bleed. Okay, Gunmother, Mush Tender, Wackadoo. Let's play some sax. What would kill? Three sleaze damage. 7 sleaze damage. Alright, and I think we're just gonna use some more fair poison. Look at all those poison stacks you've got. Ah! Ouch! The robot! Alright, discharge. Ouch! That was mean. Why would you do that? Contemplate orb. 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 I want to see the piano crush. Okay, shoot the mush tender. Well, actually, no, we don't need to do that. The mush tender will just poison to death. Fairy Star Wand! Tiny wand is tipped with a star made of solid gold. Don't get too excited though, because it's only like 1/10 of an ounce. Aw. Inside is totally overgrown with sweat moss. It's uncomfortably warm and uncomfortably moist. Scrape it out. Fluorescent Grulch and floss resin. Go wash your hands. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe I want more sleaze damage. Fairy Exploder. I should probably get rid of that. Orchestra Strike, 1 damage. Sax Violence, 1 damage. Jazz Hands. Can I just kill it? I can get close to killing it. Poison. Three. Okay, so if I do 3 sleaze damage. And then I can just attack it and it should bleed out. Ooh, kill the Pine Needler. And kill the Wackadoo. Then what do we have? Gunmother, Twig Thumper, and Mush Tender. I think I'll throw down a piano on someone. Probably the Twig Thumper. Only 1 physical damage, but reduce it to muscle by 3. Yeah, now they do less damage. Which is exactly what I want. Ouch. My rat! Set target on fire. Or discharge. Right isn't actually attacking anyone, it's just standing there. And it just spooks everyone. How eerie. Okay, sacks of violence. Gonna put down orchestra strike. Goodbye, fairy gunmother. Oh, I have no action points left. Alright, I'll just shoot the mush tender. I should have just zapped it. I kind of wanted to see her burning stuff. Jagged ring. It's only sharp on the outside. When you apply bleeding, apply 2 extra. Oh, that could be good. Could be good with my disposable projectile ice maker. Now it causes 4 bleeding instead. Alright. Let's take my trophy. You drag the horrible sculpture to the bus stop. Bus arrives, refuses to pick you up because of the horrible sculpture, I mean. You spend the next several hours dragging it back to your room. Fair enough. Tend to fight it. You stuck and weave. Are you shadow boxing or are the shadows boxing you? +3 to melee weapon attacks. I don't use melee weapons, but that'd be a nice buff to have if I did. Okay, I need some mana harsh flour. I gotta go buy some. What's on my to-do list? Take the book back to the antique store. Oh yeah. Got the book, and possibly also a bachelor's degree in robotectronics. I'm not exactly sure. Sounds like a busy day. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I'm going to bed now. Sleep tight. We're going to have some trouble pinpointing the next artifact, but we should have sorted it out by morning. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to put in the book. Uncurse. I should probably uncurse my fishing rod. I got the thing that I wanted from being cursed, so that's all I wanted. I got my rat. Machine winds up and humming odd intervals, casting about some elusive frequency. This continues for some time, and you begin having difficulty breathing. Just as you fear you might pass out from the incessant cycling, suddenly it stops with a pop. Curse has been removed, you can breathe once again. The machine's accursed fishing rod. Deals a muscle +2 damage per foot. Stripped of all Eldritch magic and Mistreak. The once cursed fishing rod is now perfectly banal. Actually, it looks pretty lousy, which doesn't matter much because the line was dismissed along with the curse. Oh. Let's go fishing. Oh. Oh, that's right. I remember this one. I remember this curse. You just have to pick them. I think you just have to pick all the fish. Nobody sees and nobody woos. Poor old invisible glue. But if you can make this lose, sir, a winner, you'll rebirth me upstairs at somebody's dinner. Come with me. The fishing rod curse has caught another fish a day. You'll be feeling the more fish you help catch, the happier he'll be. Oh, I have the book's curse, too. Alright. We'll take care of the book in a second. I make mischief, I'm a wretched soul. Chaos is Fisher Stick's only goal. Well, almost only. See, I am very lonely. And to you I won't lie, tonight I'd like to die, by your hook, and then be cooked. Very morbid. Come with me. Your mind tingles, the fishing rod curse has caught another fish today. The more fish you catch, the happier he'll be. Who's he? You think? Just know deep in your gut, this curse is a man. Not in the way that sailors talk about their ships using female pronouns. This isn't a male curse. This curse is a man. Weird. Okay, one more fish way over here. Wait. Oh, the fish are all different now. Fudge, I wasn't keeping track of who's who. Okay, wait, I got you. I think I got you. I think you're the only one left. Nobody knows a trout as sweet as saucy Mr. Calvin meat. I'd like to kiss the other trout on the tails or thereabouts, but I'll tell you my most debased desire to be fished and thrown into the fryer. Choose Mr. Calvin meat. And I think that's all the fish, so I come back here one more time. Did I do it right? Am I doing this right? Oh, hey, a bicycle. This is the bicycle. Break it. With the curse got its teeth into that bicycle, it screamed, but only for a moment, and then silence. Limp silence. The insatiable eldritch hunger for fish that once animated the curse is gone. The fishing rod remains behind, just a stick and a hook, too weak to catch anything that lives. Can't even fish with it now. That's what I needed it to do. It's better for the environment this way. If you think this is bad, wait until you find out about gasoline. This is unfair. Darn. Okay, I still have the hot rod. I think. Let's go fix the book's curse. Hello, small bird. Agi has lost much to the wolves. Still, he hunts. Hails, Agi. Spit on our son of Rome, Grimhold. I don't know how to pronounce this. Henricus offers power on top of peace. Power in return for suckling the sucklings of a she-wolf. That is no power. Agi drinks milk of bears and he spits on the sons and daughters of Rome. Agi speaks too much of suckling. Talk plainly. No truth with Empire, Grimhold. Farewell for now. There's still wisdom left in old Fire Not for those who ask the right questions. Hail, Grimchild. Not often is Latin spoken on our soil without bloodshed. It augurs well for our future. Henricus offers us much power. Ja, the tribes who ally with the Empire are greatly rewarded, but I can name no tribe who would be as powerful as you, Grimhold, if you are good to that man. Pride not. Do not speak of marriage at this time. Why scold me? What do not go well for our future and yours? A secure peace for all, with much power to you and benefits. Would you not like to have fine silks, Grimhold, and spices and fine creams? Okay, so I think what's happening is that I am a woman that's being married off to this soldier for the benefit of our empire. For the benefit of our tribe. Hey, barbarian. I stand before you in the name of Imperator Gaius Julius Caesar Divis, Dominicus of these lands. The Imperator's birthday is next Mercury's Day. It is a big birthday. He will be 40. Sign his birthday card, barbarian, and the Empire shall look forward with favor upon your trial. When we are in public, you call me a barbarian? You seek in private to ply me with sweet words, but now you call me a barbarian. I am on official business, Grimhold, and my words are chosen accordingly. If you do not perceive my passions, it is only because I have dominion over them. Speak not of passions to me in this place. Threaten. Step aside, or I shall go right through you. I do not respond to threats. I don't threaten to tear men down the middle. I do it. I don't... He does not respond to threats. I will sign the card. Ah, Imperator, please, and he is your Imperator too. What will you write to your Imperator? In Latin, please. Remember your late lessons. Do not know Latin. It caused me much grief to hear I've taken little from my lessons. It shall grant me great pleasure to please continue them. In Latin, please. Remember your lessons. Wish Gaius Julius Caesar a happy 40th birthday. Should I ask my mom for the answer? I know she's studying Latin right now. "40th" in Latin would be IVX, right? Wait. XX. Maybe I can ask someone about this. Is there a book on Latin somewhere? Collection of Latin literature in an antique store. Is there a phrase book? Hardly. This is a handle book here to the lorums and ipsums. This little collection of common phrases would be enormously helpful to any classic student or time traveler. Happy birthday! Nautilus Felix. Nautilus Felix. Okay, that is exactly what I needed to know. Nautilus Felix, if I can remember how to spell it. I'll sign the card. Nautilus Felix. Wonderful sentiment, flawlessly composed. I confess I'm surprised, Grimwald. I did not even think my teaching had carried so far. I'm surprised as well. How did I know that? It matters not. Go forth, beautiful one, and grace the powerful pages of that card with your tribute. Between you and I may expect much power in return. A birthday card to Imperator Gaius Julius Caesar is a powerful document. There's no better opportunity for tribes to gain Caesar's notice and favor. Punch the card into the sky! Consummatum est. The curse that once lodged within the forbidden and nasty text has been unwritten and undone, and you find it fascinating in the final chapter you did not notice before. You find in it a fascinating final chapter you did not notice before. 111 delicious mutton recipes. I'm excited to cook something. Anyone like mutton? No. Ah. I mean, I'm not really that big a fan of mutton either, but I'm not gonna turn my nose against it. Alright, books. Media expertise. Grants a plus meat perk. Book is written, even a child hobo could understand it. It's gonna take an adult level of willpower to actually finish it. Unlocked advanced shooting techniques. contains some very technically complex descriptions of advanced shooting techniques. Study them! Advanced handgunnery! Orchestra strike, vibrations in the nether zones, history's works honking, Nostradamus, soothing flute. Where is the sax of violence? It chose not to be cold. Tweaky Tiffany, piano crush. Do I not? Oh, here it is. Do you want to read the sloppy sheet music somebody stuffed into the back of the book? The music was obviously written by somebody who had read about all the bad honks and thought, the problem with these honks is that they were not bad enough. It's just awful. Sax of Violence has been upgraded. You really need to blow your nose. You can't find a tissue, so use every single page of the book instead. Then, because the book is disgusting now, you throw it away. Oops. Flute magic is the music is the best medicine. Are you ready to study the chart of fingerings? Oh. Tempting, but not right now. Venomous Ritual will put 5 additional poison. Ooh. I choose not to be cold. I need more XP. Melee damage. I don't need this. Handy reference manual if you find yourself needing to know the exact frequencies to make a narrow range of substances. A narrow range of substances will vibrate. Learn the secrets and noises of how they affect different muscles. Tricky Tiffany will also increase your Moxie by 3. Ooh! That's actually pretty good. That's like jazz. That makes it jazz hands, but it does damage. You learn that in addition to harming the savage pectoral muscle, music can also soothe it. Tricky Tiffany has been upgraded. You get so relaxed because of your newfound knowledge that you carelessly misplace the book. Oops. Fantastic. Oh, I should probably take some of these hats over to the fair. What are my side quests? Dante wants to go to Greasy Steve at Fish and Chips again. Smart Rat wants cheese. Burton Baker on Plunkett Street asked you to bring 150 pounds of sugar if you happen to find that much somewhere. I don't think I have. No, I haven't found any sugar. Oh, I should take this to Speakeasy. I need to ask someone about where to find more bandages in order to resolve a potential paradox. Hey Dan, I've got some vermouth for mouth. Vermouth is one of my favorite mouths. Alright, so we got beer, wine, vodka, rum, and absinthe. Mysticality and muscle. Oh, Moxie. Miss Callie and Moxie. Let's give me some absinthe. +3 to ranged weapons attacks. Don't mind if I do. Woo! No one's using that first aid kit, right? Three doors. Let's see. I can unlock Methapon. Labyrinth of Methapon is not so difficult once you spend time with it. You visualize its rooms and corridors, making a mental map of which paths bring you to dead ends and which to success. The key turns decisively in the lock, and the cast iron head of Methapon gives you a little wink. I should be able to unlock the final door. I can't right now, maybe. Okay. I want to maximize my muscle. Unlock Phylax. It takes everything you've got, but finally a sturdy keyhole of Phylax falls to you in this contest of raw strength. All three heads are now unlocked. Okay, so I think there's a security system here. I don't know how to get through it, if I can. Plaque has gone green with age. Today we celebrate our opening and Securibarus building and loan at Plinkett Street, Ocean City. Looks like they've seen better days. Melee weapons. Ooh, extra AP. Spooky armor. Meat drops. Ranged weapon attacks. Cool. What else do I need or want? Moxie. Might want these slacks. Miraculous little lamp has burned for 20 years and counting, keeping a single solitary vigil of the dying of the bank. Good night. Integrity, security, excellence. The corporate value for each head of the dog. No means opening this monstrous vault door. Standing by the cash register, you fantasize about what it would be like to have a service job instead of whatever it is you do. Freelance uncursing. Oh yeah, that's right. The drawer is sealed shut and there's no obvious way to open it. Then there's nothing you could do with the cash register at all, in fact, other than bang on numerical keys as a toddler might. $275. No further effect is produced. I think we'll come back here later. Gotta go to the boardwalk real quick. Excuse me, my good chap. Might you have a match in your person? Oh, yeah, but we need it later. Then thank you all the same. Toodaloo! Alright. Perfect. What hats have we seen? Or not seen? No, we haven't done the mushroom cap. Have we done mail carrier? Probably. It'd be nice if there was like a little sticker or something that told you what hats you've already taken pictures of. Okay, I need to get all my stats up real quick so I can win the game. Give me the game, give me the game. Let me play. Do I have to win? Are you good at chess? I came in second at the state championship this year. Ready to take me on? Alright. So, to reminder, we are trying to knock the stack of lead milk bottles with a beanbag while walking a tightrope and playing the sky at chess. You climb the tightrope and carefully inch your way across while calling out your chess moves. Fortunately, the height gives you a good view of the board. As you reach the end, you hurl the beanbag full force at the stack of milk bottles. Knight to e7. Checkmate! Well, I'll be damned. I'll admit, kid, you snookered me pretty good. Here's your prize. Woo! Sticky hand on a stick. Hey, it's our rising young star. You're past the halfway mark to glory. Are you ready for challenge number 4? What is it? I need you to use these 3 baseballs to knock over that row of 4 wooden ducks. Punch a hole through a sheet of 3/4-inch plywood with your bare fist and translate a randomly selected page of the Brothers Karamazov from the original Russian. Go check it out now! I don't have 9 in all stats. I have 9 in mysticality. Okay, let's go home. Bring out the lichen. Pick up some mana-rich flower. Thank you. Okay, wait. I want to go on Mary's Antiques. There it is. Before we go, we're left on 0. Charles asked me to pick the 3rd store. The first applicant is Texas Instruments. Guy from Texas selling musical instruments, I suppose. Second is Jadeware's Hardware. I guess if you're named Jadeware, your options for rhyming business names are pretty limited. Last applicant is La Table Entente. It's like a high-end kitchen store, magical utensils and the like. I like the sound of the instrument store. I'll get them moved in, and then I'm sure Charles will get the store ready for applicants. You woke up, you started college, you finished college. Yep. I'd say that's a lot happened last stream. Whoa! Where are we now? You'll always look back fondly on your afternoon at college. 3 stats of you, each whispering. The whispering drifts in and out, all mixes together, a hard to understand. All I'm doing, Ron, study, bluffing. Shut one of them up. Which one? Scowling one, smug-looking one with hip shades. I believe this ties to my stats. You quiet one of them. Now you can hear the others. Pep talk. You've given yourself a pep talk and convinced yourself that you can tackle your current problems with style and expertise. Sucker. Oh, this dream has a horrible hole in it. Oh. My research wasn't thorough enough. What did you think, you idiot? Something prevented me from entering the campus. Will the barrier hold without me? Perhaps through this, there's an ending. Well, that's unsettling. Oh, and that's it. You're dreaming, so it probably isn't safe to look too close at your character sheet right now. Fair enough. Hi, yeah. Is there anything I can look at here? Rub the crystal. Magical attacks. Do I have nothing for my ranged weapons? Evidently no. Thank God you're awake. Am I? If you say so, what's eating you? I'm at my wit's end. Charles Wallace has gone missing. Where'd he go? Well, he wouldn't be missing if I knew that. Okay, I'm panicking. Come on, Jessica, don't panic. I do know where he went before he went missing. What happened? We were having trouble getting the Detectotron to focus on our next artifact. All we could get was the Big Moist. The Big Moist? It's a swamp north of Porthcamp, and I'm pretty sure that the entire swamp is not the accursed artifact in question. Charles went out there yesterday afternoon to see if a downed power line or something was causing interference. And he hasn't come back yet? No, he hasn't. Maybe I should go looking for him. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Come on, get a wiggle on for crying out loud. Charles could have gotten eaten by a Gatorman by now. A map of Big Moist. Is this sponge you're sure will act as an effective map? Is this a slice of Swiss cheese? It's a sponge. Which deli have you been going to? A sponge is definitely not a map. You're going to a swamp. It's damp, soft, and it has holes in it. What do you want from me? Alright, fine, okay. Okay, you said something about Gatorman. Seems like a good thing? Big Moist, home to a tribe of nasty and belligerent half-people, half-alligators. They don't take kindly to intruders, such as, for example, Charles Wallace! Or me, presumably. Are you trying to chicken out on me now when a friend's life is possibly at stake? I'm going. Fine. Kill. Message from Sit. Number you've dialed not served. Please coming up and Rufus? Oh, it's you, Crabman. Sorry about the subterfuge. I had to tap into university line to get a phone down there, and that isn't strictly speaking legal. Anyway, I've figured out a next step in building my quantum telecommunication device. Can you come to my lab as soon as possible? Alright, see you soon. So I gotta rescue Charles, and I need to go do something for the Dawn. I need to do something for Texas Instruments. Hi, Crapman. Well, howdy, Crapman. I'm Tex. Got all manner of portable musical instruments. Perfect for livening up a trip down the dusty old trail, or whiling away the evening at the campfire. Those aren't typical use cases for me, but I get your drift. Yep. What can I get you? Moxie plus 4. Moxie plus 5 sleeves. 4 damage and reduces Moxie by 2. It causes 1 bleeding. What have I got right now? Moxie plus 4 and causes 4 bleeding. Nice blowing. This whole tune? Aw, shucks. Just a little infinite loop I've been working on. Need to put some words to it. Any kind of wordsmith? A little. Let's show me what we got so far. Oh, somebody stole my niece. I reckon it was... Gotta think of a rhyme. Any words, Smith? Let me think. Grease, some geese, another niece in a 2-piece, some geese in a 2-piece. Grease. Somebody stole my niece. Reckon it was another niece. Silly option of putting geese in a 2-piece. Let's jot that down. I only think of 1 couple a day, else I have to stroke. Another day then. Let's head over to Porcam. There's stuff we need to do here. Go to Fish and Chips. Uh-oh. There are 3 shadows. They seem to be groveling and praying over to live forth little figure, which is presumably the same, except it has little horns and a pitchfork like a cartoon devil. Alright, here we are. I can kill this man. Deal 9 sleep damage to the Shadow Devil. Oh. Alright. Let's kill the one homunculus. Or actually, we can kill anyone now. They're all going to attack Simone. I can't let that happen. Hey! 7 physical damage. I don't think they can take a lot of damage. Cannot take more than 4 physical damage at a time. Okay, so you just need to hit... If you can hit the imp... You've got what? 2, 3... There's only 1 in 3 chance that you'll miss. Possibly less. Alright, got rid of the devil. Simone, no! No, just need to poison this dude. And then I can just shoot the last guy in the back. poison was unnecessary, I guess. What's up, Simone? Hang on a second. I need to adjust my robot a little. She opens it up and tweaks some of its insides, then gives a satisfied nod. What'd you do? Mostly just flush some extraneous safety protocols. Won't that make it unsafe? Yeah, but hopefully just for our enemies. Ooh. You might want a different mug. That'll convince the students that you're smart. Might work. Thanks. Here, I'll swap you. Dumb coffee mug. Reduce your combat's mysticality by your mysticality. This dirty coffee mug has "I'm with stupid" printed on it, with an arrow pointing toward the handle. This is dumb and puzzling on multiple levels. Good luck. You have any hobo codes here? You use one of his pencils to draw some symbols on a scrap piece of paper for you. As soon as the kids get back from break, I'll be able to sell a ton of pencils. Let's buy one. Alright, Greasy Steve. Hey kid, good to see you. Have a french fry. They have fries here? Didn't see that in the menu. I bring my own from home. I'll pass, thanks. What's the job? Boss decided we need to send a message to Congressman Chutney. Familiar? Sure, a message is when information is conveyed from one person to another. I met with the congressman. I never heard of him. His son Chadley's a student here. Lives at one of the frat houses, Zeta Omega Omicron. Okay, so? You're gonna make young Chad sleep with the fishies. Whoa, I didn't sign up for... Greasy Steve hands you a large sack of rotting fish. This thing is dripping with every kind of fish fluid. Why couldn't they just have put it in something that didn't leak? I didn't sign up for this either. Look, all you gotta do is get into the kid's room. It's a lead pipe cinch. I don't know what that means, but okay, I guess. Is that, Omicron? Boing! Do you find yourself in need of a fuse this fine day? You start to light the guy, but when you open your mouth, a fuse falls out. He narrows your eyes and walks away. A fuse falls out of my mouth? Okay, we need to find this one kid and make him sleep with the fishes. There's a solid gold door over here. Seems reasonable. The C stands for Chadley. You sneak into Chad's room and dump the frothing fish into his bed. After tonight's inevitable rager, he'll stagger back into his room and pass out without even noticing them. The perfect crime. Bada bing, bada boom. Well, that was easy. Almost too easy. I've been in this bathroom, have I not? Yeah, I have. I'm gonna learn some different books today. Make steps more organized. Alright, so that's it. You there, big nerd. Me? A nerd? Yeah, book reader weaklings. You look like... you look like. This is nerd action, not like a Jocelyn, which is us. I agree. I strongly object to being characterized as a nerd based solely on my appearance. That's something a nerd would say. That's baloney. I'm not a nerd. Prove it by wrestling me in arms. If you win, then you're not a nerd. If I lose, then we swirl you in head toilet. I don't want that. Nobody does. Fight. What? Whoa, these guys are tough. Okay, I'm just gonna poison this dude. Oh, we can just kill this man with mad. And then you don't exist. I feel like we should turn up the difficulty of combat, because this is nonsense. Increase allies' muscle, musicality, and moxie by your muscle. Adds 3 melee damage to a pair of pants. Increase damage of melee weapons by 1. Turn up to 11! How'd it go, kid? Got news? Yeah, kid's bed is full of fish. There's a lead pipe cinch, like you said. Still don't know what that means, though. Nobody does! That's what makes it such a great turn of phrase. Anyway, nice job, kid. Now Congressman Chutney will really know what he's dealing with. He sure will. Now let's go find Rufus. You haven't been buying your textbooks new, have you? I told you it's a scam. Buy used, always used. Speaking of, can I tempt you? I don't seem to need textbooks for what I'm doing here. But these textbooks are useful for something. I fly experimental aviation. Hi, Rufus. What's the next step? I don't have to go back into the sewers, don't I? Oh no, this is much more straightforward. Your part of it will be anyway. That's what I like to hear. I need some way to broadcast the quantum signal from this fisherman pearl that over as broad as an area as possible, and I figure the most robust transmission network available is the commercial radio band. The nearest broadcast tower is a Radio Shack at WGCR in the Big Moist. Okay, what do I do there? Just take this transmitter I've built and plug it into their console. That will transmit a special frequency over the radio. Then I just need a bunch of different test readings so I can adjust the signal for latency, data loss, and so forth. All you have to do is find as many random radios as you can, tune into the WGCR, and use the receiver to test the transmissions. At least 10 different radios should be enough. Let's call it 11 just in case. Gotcha. Okay, I want to go back to the bus stop. Go back to Ocean City because I want to get a drink. Oh, solitary greeting. The person who has activated this telephonic mechanism and with whom you are now conversing is known as Don Toblerone. Thought your boss said you had to keep it brief now. We devised and agreed that upon arrangement deemed satisfactory to both parties. Arrangement. Let me guess, you're paying the phone bill. Your guessing prowess is paternally efficacious. That's what they tell me. You got another job? Once again, the particulars of this undertaking are being held in a scope. It will be transmitted to you orally by our colleague, Greasy Steve. Got it. Okay, bye. Dan, I need a drink. Thank you. Hey, wait a sec. Hey, it's those two frat guys who helped out earlier. The guy who's looking for mosquito chips and the guy who lost his jacket. Oh, heck yeah, bro. If you got problems beating the cold, cute is my hobby for you. Wait, did I say hobby? I meant lifestyle. Standing next to a warm, comforting fire does sound pretty good. Right, bro? Plus, while you're standing there, you can be queuing up some burgers or weenies or whatever. It's a win-win. Gosh. Nice to listen in. I should listen in on more conversations like this. Okay. Let's head over to the Big Moist. Chapter 4. Swamp. Alright. You wouldn't trust this rickety old shelter to protect you from a single raindrop. Dirt road really became more of a fairly functional swamp path by the end here. Notice board. See what there is to notice. Notice from Federal Bureau of Prohibition. Wanted. Information pertaining to whereabouts of Jarvis and Clem Schiltz for the crime of moonshinery. Last seen in the vicinity of a rickety old cabin. Probably worth investigating. Before we do that, I need to use the bathroom, so please hold while I step away for a moment. Hello, I'm back, and I definitely did not forget to turn off my microphone for a second. Or turn on. Hold on. Anyway, let's see. We've got a bit of things to do here in this swamp. Oh yeah, and I was supposed to talk to the Grease Steve again. I'll do that later. Let's see. Well, we'll start with the Radio Shack. You slog through the swamp, is uninterrupted by an unfortunately familiar face. Halt, interloper. Your pernicious interference ends here. Ah, geez, not you again. Indeed, it is I, and I'll give you even more cause to regret this encounter. You may have thought yourself clever, hiding in the institute where the Dean's wards would protect you from our intentions. But now, you have left that protection behind, and furthermore encroached on the source of our power. You have made yourself extremely vulnerable. I didn't even know that the campus had wards. I'm just looking for my uncle. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about the Dean or her plans or those weird dreams or any of it. Regardless of these claims, you will not leave this place unscathed. Quite the opposite. So, scathed. Indeed. Well, fine, I'm not scared of an accountant. What are you going to do, embezzle me to death? Terran pulls a gun out of his jacket. I've decided to balance the books in a more direct fashion. Swell. $99! Intends to attack, 21 spooky damage, and absorb power from his shadowy functionaries. Toss it at Poindexter. You may use one item. Summon a tentacle. Get me a shield. Hehehe. It's causing holy damage. Oh wait, that's the water I've got. They're trying to destroy my friend's robot. Why would they do that? Okay. Let's destroy the orb back here. With that timpani. Grab! Then shoot the... Oh. He will live. But then you'll die by my saxophone. Alright. Set this man on fire for 7 damage. Boom. Well, say goodbye to your robot. Deals 6 damage to the homunculus, or 17 to Poindexter. Do I have another armor plate on me? I do. What's he doing? He's gonna try to kill me again. Okay, so. Timpani. Timpani. And fire. That's gotta hurt. Turns Poindexter intends to attack Simone for 21 damage and absorb power from his shadowy functionaries. Ouch. Well, that's not good. This will be sufficient data. He's left. Well, we can just destroy the homunculus. You won! Terrence scuttles away with a "you haven't seen the last of me" or some sort of cliche. Nice. Whew. We should destroy that. This door appears to be unlocked. These bricks have been inexplicably mortared together. Expertly. There's some guys hanging out with some stoic and cool, and with them, a gator man with more than usual allotment of teeth. There's a couple of pieces of tape stuck to one of the bricks here. Salt water has leaked into the floor and wetted the floor. Oh well, the days when these were your good shoes are already long past. I probably should not be wearing flip-flops in the swamp. We are radio technicians. Why are you standing in the dark? Why not? It is radio. There is nothing to see. You got me there. That machinery looks weird. Are you speaking of the battery units that appear to be powered by outer space? Or some form of negative energy or something like that? Yeah, that's strange, right? They are not standard issue. It is true. So what? I cannot tell you any more about them. So, what is this stuff for? I always miss the question. Sorry, I have a curious nature. I will not reveal to you our players' plans. Their plans to use this equipment to broadcast your voice across this country once she has assumed full control of the government. Please? No. Stop asking. Shucks. Well, they ain't talking to me. I could fight them. Or I could do something else instead. Muscle. I probably should not have eaten that hot dog. These bricks were there to cover up the fact that this brick was missing. The lamest conspiracy ever. Let me change my stuff back. Let's go with trash soaked pants for now. And guys, with the coolest, also a gator man with more than usual allotment of teeth. Hi, me again. Greetings. You're sure you're okay with me wandering around like this? Not entirely, but our orders were very specifically to protect and maintain the equipment. So we have no argument with you yet. Frankly, though, you are starting to get my nerves a bit. So... is that a gator man? Oh, have you not seen the gator man yet? Sorry, it's hard to keep track. These are the guys Jessica mentioned, and they're pretty much what you expect from the name Gator Man. They're intelligent, upright walking alligators. They have tough, scaly skin, lots of teeth, and pissy attitudes about everything that they aren't already eating. They especially hate intruders, and are the second biggest reason that this swamp isn't a popular tourist destination. The first being, it's a swamp. Okay? So, about this water, what's about it? Just want to point out that it isn't stagnant, it's flowing from one side of the room to the other. Ah, running water? One of our several fairly common weaknesses! What a panic! I'm terrible! The vampires make for the door, begin each other's way, and dissolve into ash that is quickly washed away. 10% XP. They were vampires? Yeah, the first time I read this, I was a little bit taken aback. I did this completely by accident. This time it was on purpose. Apparently this machine is powered by evil, or at least weird. Were these guys sharing one bed? Why isn't it a coffin? Wow, this thing is pretty cool. It also looks very lightweight. Glowy lightning ball thingamajig. This would look cool in your room. Can you believe this is a thing that was invented in the past and not approximately 60 years from now? Oh yeah. Tesla ball. I'm looking this up on my laptop. What's it called? I think it's called Tesla ball? No. Plasma globe. According to Wikipedia, plasma globe is a clear glass container filled with noble gases, usually a mixture of neon, krypton, and xenon. That has a high voltage electrode in the center of the container. When voltage is applied, plasma is formed within the container. Plasma filaments extend from the inner electrode to the outer glass insulator, giving the appearance of multiple constant beams of colored light. Plasma balls were popular as a novelty item in the 1980s. The lamp was invented by Nikola Tesla during his experimentation with high-frequency currents in an evacuated glass tube for the purpose of studying high-voltage phenomena. Tesla called his invention inert glass discharge tube. The modern plasma lamp design was developed by James Falk and MIT student Bill Parker. Cool. Here's the bathroom. It's important to look in the good if you're on the radio. So this thing has a first-hand. This thing has a first aid kit instead of a mirror. It isn't important. It isn't important. Look good. Here's some muscle and styptic pencil. These are for when you cut yourself shaving, but it's not like you're gonna avoid the warranty if you use it on something other than a leg or a face or armpit blood. The radio people were forward saving this stuff in case anyone ever invents video and they have to go to war. A toilet, thankfully devoid of any broadcast features. Yeah, man, pull it out. Dude, it's a toilet gator! A mighty alligator born again onto the surface world. That's cute. I'm not gonna use them, but that's cute. Alright, give me my thing back. Here it is. Give me my ice maker. I like my ice maker. Hook up Rufus's gadget. You don't know what this console does, but if it's any consolation, nobody really expects you to. You plug in Rufus's gadget, the console starts emitting a different series of beeps that was emitting before. There's nothing on the table. I guess it just looks cooler to stand around a table than to just arbitrarily around the room. Yeah, fair enough. To-do list with every single entry. Guard radio equipment. You erased the check mark! This nightstand keeps its lonely vigil. Hey, whoever used to work here left their jewelry behind. Open the jewelry case. You dump out the contents, which are so exciting that you forget to keep the box itself. It's fine. Just put them in my bag. An old diamond ring from a prior engagement. Just sell it. Amethyst earrings. These 2 gems dragged from the earth of the old world on silver posts mined from the depths of the new. It's like jewelry equivalent of pizza. Regenerate 3 HP per round. Conductive ring. This fought avant-garde band later Flobber's Guggins commissioned jewelry made out of conductor's batons. Oh, the famed avant-garde band leader Flobber Guggins commissioned jewelry made out of conductor's batons, so he could operate several orchestras at once. Orchestra strike increases your stats by 1. Shiny. Let's try this out for a bit. Well, nothing else here to do, I think. So I guess we'll just mosey on along. 2 holes you've opened in the walls, letting swamp water in, and also out again. You might expect them to cancel each other out, but I guess not. Fluid dynamics are a mystery to me. Well, I think it's just a matter of where the water is all flowing. Woo! Red fern usually means there's a lot of dog blood on it. Get that blood. You extract the blood from tiny fern leaves. Somebody else's campsite. Amidst all the garbage strewn about, you find a shiny 7/8 combination wrench with CW painted on the side. Charles Wrench! That's strange. Obviously, this belongs to Charles, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would lose one of his tools carelessly, or the kind of guy who would leave trash around in his campsite. You look around more carefully and discover weird tracks in the mud. Big, clawed, bipedal tracks. Maybe Gatorman tracks? And there's a spot where some kind of scuffle clearly happened. Ah, geez. Well, that tears it. Charles Wallace must have gotten kidnapped by Gatormen. Maybe he dropped the wrench on purpose to attract your attention. Hopefully you can find him soon. Okay. Let's head somewhere else. To the Moonshiners, because that's our only thing to do right now. Suddenly, a tough swamp shrubbery parts, and Gatorman pops up, glaring at you. He doesn't seem immediately hostile, but you're wary. Hello? Human? How human? Well, both my parents smell wrong, not human stink. You smell very basically normal as far as you can tell in a swamp. Dark stink, shadow stink. You know about shadow stuff? Shadow good stink, like stink. Oh, this is a real roller coaster of a conversation. I follow, kill enemies, eat enemies, name's Alphonse. Can I call you Al? Oh, this is your evil companion. No, can you at least stop yelling? Fine. I don't want Alphonse, but thanks. Got something I need to finish up first. I'm drawing you a map to the speakeasy where we all hang out. I'll swing by and pick you up later. Yeah, hate writing. It won't be long, just try not to eat anyone in there, okay? No promise. Alphonse stomps away in the direction of the bus stop. Good luck, bus. Hopefully that won't cause any problems. Rotten swamp is crawling with worms, and the worms are crawling with it. Well, let's check this cabin. This pod has been demoted from suit to chamber. Blah. Oh no. Couple of soggy bedrolls. Full of ashes, but they're cold. Seems like nobody has been here for a while. Rusty old fire-powered still. You're pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors. Although, to be fair, it's very wet outside. Nothing in this Jaro. Spare car tire leaning against the wall here. This tread pattern on this tire identifies it as a Lincoln, which sounds an impressive piece of deduction, but honestly, the top hat and beard were a dead giveaway. Why would you have... Okay, I'm not... Don't. Treads are just like that, okay? Whoever was here must have left in a hurry. There's still a poker game in progress. You draw a card until you beat all the hands that are left on the table. Then you collect your winnings. Don't mind if I do. Nothing in this Jaro. So there's just nothing in here. Chaotic mess of animal tracks leading in all directions. You identify several tracks leading away from the cabin. One of them matches the tread pattern of the spare tire you found. Alright, let's follow the top hat and beard tracks. You follow the tire tracks until you lose track of them in the water near a partially submerged cave. We'll check that out later. I want to see where the other tracks go. Human footprints. You follow the human footprints. They lead to, let's say, an improvised latrine a few yards away from the cabin. You decline to investigate further. Duck tracks. You follow the duck tracks, which leads you through a lengthy sequence of locations that are of zero interest to non-ducks. Horse tracks. You follow the horse tracks to some water, but you don't drink it. I mean, why would you? It's nasty swamp water. Cow tracks. You follow the cow prints to a big hole in the ground, next to which lie a pair of shoes with fake cow hooves nailed to the soles. Huh. Makes you clump like a cow. Cow shoes. Cat tracks. You follow the cat tracks, but after a few minutes, they lead up to a tree you're not willing to climb. I guess if I'm being honest, it's a tree you're not really capable of climbing. I was just trying to preserve your dignity. Badger tracks. You start following badger tracks, but after a few minutes, you realize that this course of action might culminate in you encountering an actual badger. So you change your mind. Terrifying animals. Absolutely the worst. Cow shoes. Wooden sandals with carved hooves on the bottom. Wearing these would be like a real fashion statement. Specifically, I do not understand fashion. You just leave cow prints everywhere you go. Moonshiner! As you clump around a clump of mangrove trees, or whatever kind of trees these are, you come face to face with the bearded gator man and his filthy big sack. I should clarify that's a burlap sack, and he doesn't have a face. Just the gator man does. Whoops. Buy sack, 117 meat. Sale final. Alright. You open the pack and you reveal your prize. It's like Crimbo! A sad, wet, dirty Crimbo. Gatorman skin pants, not to be confused with Gatorman skin pants. These are pants made of skin and worn by Gatormen. You're not sure what kind of skin they're made of. Gross. Nasty pastry. You wouldn't feed this to a dog, though you would throw it at a dog if the dog was clearly a threat. Gator punch. They drink it, but that doesn't mean they like it. Increases damage of melee weapons. I don't need any of this. Except maybe the cookie. Another one of these Gatorman campsites. Maybe the ones who kidnapped Charles came this way? Gator's campsite is similar to the previous one. A lot of Gatorman tracks, a lot of discarded trash. These Gatormen sure are slobs. You'll also find a 15-16-inch combination wrench labeled CW. Looks like you're on the right track at least. No fishing! This must be referring to deeper water that's way over to the right. Fish! You got nasty goo! Nasty! Rustling gorge! Fish in a sack! A brown-eyed slimefish. Hello? Oh, let me close this. Ford truck has been lifted with Lincoln tire. That's a little ominous. A couple of shady-looking characters, furtively sulking in this cave. Hi. Alright, hello. Are you Jarvis and Clam Schultz? No, I'm Clam. He's Jarvis. Shut up, Clam. He's probably a Ferrari. I ain't Clam. I ain't Jarvis. Relax, guys. Nah, I saw the poster at the bus stop and got curious. I'm not gonna turn you in. Name's Crapman. Phew. Well, that's a relief. Sure is. Good to meet you, Crapman. What are you two doing in this weird cave? Got ourselves in a right predicament, that's what I've done. What happened? Well, me and Jarvis been brewing up a homemade hooch to sell. Been stashing it in the back here to this here cave. We got wind the Ferraris were on our tail, so we figured we better chase it. Pull the old 23 skidoo, you know? Come to find a pack of them mean losers varmints got into the hooch, and they won't give it back. We was thinking we'd just take a loss and blow, but we hit another snag. What kind of snag? I went and locked the keys in the truck. Still don't get why you go do a fool thing like that for. I told you, it ain't like I went and did it on purpose or anything. I'll see what I can do. Can you get in the truck? You could probably jimmy the locked door open if you had a coat hanger. In fact, I do! You get the car unlocked, but your coat hanger gets ruined in the process. Shucks. Clem and Jarvis are looking at their truck. I've unlocked your truck. Dang, that's a load off in my mind. Thanks, pal. I'm driving this time. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, hey! Gators! Part of the cave wall is shiny. If only I had a pickaxe. Gatorman appears to have gotten into Schultz Brothers' stash hooch. They're popping down bottle caps with their teeth, guzzling down contents, and just generally having too much of a good time to take notice of you. They growl at you menacingly, plainly too sozzled to jump out and attack you. On the other hand, if you get too near their booze, that could change in an instant. Bamboozle! Wow, you guys are really into that baby formula. You must be missing some vitamins or something. Booze, good! Wait, baby? Yeah, we feed that stuff to human babies so they grow up big and strong, like me. You hold up Booze, your arm, and pat a barely visible bicep. Drink booze? Make strong? Humans weak! Hey, no, I lived on that stuff when I was a kid, and I'm in peak physical shape. Want to see me do a push-up? I'm feeling pretty good. I bet I could do 2 or 3. The Gator men are so disgusted by this, they drop the bottles and stomp away without even pausing to beat you up. We'll take this. Dealt with the Gators, you can get your hooch, at least what's left of it. You hand over the case you picked up. That's great news. Thanks, Bill. We'll get the load in the truck in a jiffy. Looks like you're good to go? Sure does. Thanks a million, fella. You really saved our bacon. We ain't got much to offer you by way of reward, but feel free to grab a crate of hooch and just thank ya. Whiskey! They quickly load the rest of the hooch back in the truck and drive away. Unfortunately, you forgot to pay attention to how they got the truck through that weird tree hole. Oops. I don't have a pickaxe. I wonder where I can find one. But wasn't there a mine? Yeah, there was a mine, but that's like... No, I'm curious. Hold on a second. Go back to the lake for a second. If I go to the mine... There's probably nothing here. You'd think I've looted this place out. Ooh, there's a radio. Turn the radio to WGCR and hold Rufus' gadget. Thing clicks up a few times and a little needle goes up to 1. You restore the radio the way you found it, making your mom proud. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Yeah, I don't have a pickaxe, and there's no pickaxes here. All the pickaxes that were here have been taken away. Alright. What's Beppo's hole? I think it's spiders. There's your past self over there. I'll have the bandages. You have to get the crate from Charles Wallace yet. He's the hardware store guy, I think? Beppo's Hole is named after Beppo P. Surico, who purchased this plot of land in 1903 with the stated intention of creating a shark sanctuary. He managed to dig one decent-sized pit, but before he could fill it up with sharks, it filled itself up with spiders. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that spiders filled it up with themselves, and their offspring. Their teeming hordes of awful venomous offspring. It is the opinion of Crystal Dream Lake Historical Society that Beppo's Hole should be avoided at all costs. In fact, we probably shouldn't have put this placard here or included it in any of our maps. May those you leave behind forgive us. Swore long ago that you never deliberately walk into an impenetrable mass of spider webs. Wiggling cocoon is so person-sized shape. It's either a person who's been cocooned by a spider and is slowly suffocating to death, or a person-sized mass of baby spiders. Hello in there. Are you a person or mind-breaking quantity of baby spiders? That's the kind of noise a whole lot of baby spiders would make. You cut open the cocoon, bracing yourself with true horror. Fortunately, there's just a guy in there. Thanks, friend. Have me word for a second. They call me Doc. Came here to get some free gauze. Got a bit more than I bargained for. Hi, Doc. I'm Crapman. I assume from your doctor hat that you're literally a doctor. In the sense that doctoring is my profession, yes. In the sense that I have a legal license for practicing it, no. You were looking for gauze? Webs from these big spiders make really great surgical gauze. It's strong, self-adhesive, and even sterile if really fresh. Unfortunately, I kind of bit off more than I could chew. You can chew it too? No, I mean metaphorically. One of those great big spiders that live in Beppo's Hole caught sight of me. I don't recommend messing around with that hole, especially if you're flush on the gills from medicinal alcohol. You a hobo? You know about the hobo camp? You know, there's a hobo camp just outside of Ocean City. They could probably use a doctor. Great, I can use some patients because I'm much too eager to get doctoring. That's a joke that works out better out loud than in print. But anyway, see you! I could use some patience. I'm much too eager to get doctoring. Okay, I think I get the joke here. First time I read this joke, I did not get it. I think it's just patience. There's definitely a lot of spiders in this hole. It's a pun. Patience, patience. Spiders! This is fine. Kill the spider. Let's see. Orchestra strike. Immune to poison. Fair enough. Kill. And now we just set you on fire. What is he? He spawned a guy! No. Absolutely not. Goodbye. So long. Thanks for all the webs. Spider leg wand. Gross. Likely to start some arguments about whether or not various things technically count as wands. Venom sac. Spider eggs. Make you immune to poison. And creepy forest fetish. Adds 3 spell damage to a hat. Okay. Harvest sizzle. There's more locations around here. I think let's go to the hardware store, get some antique bandages. We find a decaying nightstand discarded in a ditch, which is a weird place to find a nightstand. Maybe someone got so mad about stubbing their toes all the time that they angrily drove it out in the woods and threw it out of the car. There's a lot of useful stuff in here. Alright, back to the hardware store. What do you have for sale? Who is that? Where do I get the... The high quality weapon sharpening blade that even works on things that don't have blades. For people who value their toes a lot more than they value the rest of their feet. Yep. Yep, that's pretty much exactly what I think it does. It just makes you loud. Ooh. Vampire boots. I just fly everywhere. I like the vampire boots. Okay. Charles Wallace. That's the guy that I'm supposed to be looking for, isn't it? If I'm going to be providing range support, maybe I should practice a bit while we're somewhere relatively uninhabited. Sure, think you can hit that tree over there? Simone picks up a rock, examines it for a moment, pulls a file and then some sandpaper out of her toolkit. Makes a few minute adjustments to it, licks a finger, holds it up to test the wind, puts down the rock, and fashions a makeshift anemometer out of some sticks and discarded paper cups. Studies that for a minute, makes some of her notes in her notebook, does some calculation, then picks up a rock and throws it at the tree. A perfect hit! How do you feel about that for Winnitude? That was good, but in a real fight, you'll need to be a bit quicker. You just need to apply what you've learned. Let's go back to the dude here. You decide to take a shortcut between some campus buildings and come face to face with two fishermen who are hanging out in the darkened alley. They seem surprised to see you, and one of them makes wild gestures at you while yelling something. Even if you could understand its language, that would be hampered a bit by the tremendous volume of water that pours out of the fisherman's mouth as it yells. The other one makes some more emphatic gestures and another few quarts at you. Come on, guys, no need to fight. I'm sure I'll... Oh, hang on a second. You leave the alley to find a water fountain, fill up as much water as you can, and then continue. The two fishermen seem pretty impressed by your fluid capacity and allow you to pass unharmed. What you doing? No, I want to talk to the dude. Got a job for you this time, kid. Ain't gonna be easy. At those last two jobs, I could do with the challenge. That's naturally that'll take you far, kid. Maybe right off a cliff, though. What's the job? There's a vampire, real mean SOB, that got one of our capos really steamed. Literally steamed the guy to death. What? It's one of those mist-type vampires, you know? Real hot, and I don't mean hot as in good-looking. Maybe. The fight was in the steam tunnels under SIT. We managed to seal the thing up in there, but someone's gotta take care of it for good. And that's where I come in. That's the long and short of it, kid. Here's a combination to the door. Don't go there half-cooked. He hands you a folded paper and a stack of rotting vegetables. How are these supposed to help? They're not. I just don't want you to throw them away from me. Or help, keep them, I don't care. Sweet, thanks. Okay. To the sewers. Hang on a minute. Clarence is in a flaky state and I need to make some adjustments. Come on, little buddy. What's the source of breakage here? Boop, boop. Oh, is that all? Easy fix. What's wrong? I overfilled the fuel tank and it was sloshing around in there and munging up the electrical connections. That sounds bad. Could have been worse. This stuff isn't very conductive. Here, I siphoned off the excess. You can have it. What am I going to do with this? I don't know, but I'm curious to find out. Okay, there's a vampire around here. Oh, this is probably it. Steve's notes is 1 through 3. Jeez, these guys! You dial the combo and lock clicks open. Up, there's a bunch of vampires, alright. This old disintegrating boiler is currently being powered by a bunch of burning garbage. The vampires seem to be enjoying their hot steam. If you could replace the water in the boiler with holy water, that would put a crape in their fun. You need about 100 gallons of it. Where are we going to find 100 gallons of holy water? Don't ask me, I'm just suggesting things. Wait, aren't vampires allergic to running water even if it isn't holy? Does steam count as running water? Convince vampires that steam is deadly. 15 mysticality. I don't think I can do 15 mysticality. So 1, 2, 3. And then it'd be 3 short. So we're gonna come back here later. We'll come back to you later. Oh, wait, a manhole here. Wonder if the underground restaurant upstairs knows there's an even undergrounder one down here. He seems delighted. He plugs a tin bucket of raw, chopped up fish parts on the counter and garnishes it with a lemon wedge. Then he makes an expensive gesture like an used car salesman and waggles all 10 of his fingers at you. He takes your meat excitedly and pushes the bucket towards you, along with a bent tin fork and a hardly used paper napkin. You're pretty sure you see one of the fish heads twitch as you pick up the bucket. Yum! This bucket contains a feast fit for a king, as long as it's the king of some kind of disgusting fish kingdom and his throne is a gross toilet. He reaches around his counter and for something else to sell you. He holds up a fishing spear with a whole wiggling fish impaled on it. From his gestures and excited babbling, it seems like you get to keep the spear is the main selling point. He bows graciously as he hands you a spear. While he's distracted with your meat, you nonchalantly slide the fish off the end of the spear and kick it away without him noticing. He roots around for a counter for something else to sell you. He shows you a small glass bottle filled with some kind of oil. His gesture seems to indicate that it's freshly squeezed. You pay him the meat and take the bottle, which is somehow greasier on the outside than the inside. He roots around for something else to sell you. This time he pulls out another bucket of chum and gives you a big grin. He holds it up with both hands and the third hand. Third hand? When you protest that it was only 10 fingers first time, he holds up a card that says Market Prize. Buy more He roots around behind his counter for something else to sell you. He seems to be out of goods, but not wanting to turn away his best customer ever, he plops a big handful of fishman eggs. He holds up the unstretched out hand, repeatedly opens it, closes it 5, 12, 13, 14 more times. He takes the meat with an expression of pure delight and grabs your hand in a wet handshake that you politely disengage from as soon as possible. Trash cat! Trash cat! Hold on. Filter... Elemental armor... Stench. Is this enough stench? You can now pet Stinky to receive a boon. Plus 3 sleaze armor. Whenever you get something gross on you, you think back on petting Stinky and how having gross stuff on him didn't bother him at all. You should be more like Stinky. Fish! Got nasty goo already, you don't need to fish up more. You get the sense that these are actually the clean dishes. Gross. All right. Let's head back to the moist. Here we are. Missing Tom Chapman and Claret Largemouth Bath and Sons. The face of a teenage boy is circled in an attached photograph. Photograph of the boy and his elder male relatives, each holding a largemouth base proportionate to his own height. There's a similar poster right beneath it. Missing Kathy, Tracy, and Claret Largemouth Base and Sons. What is going on at Largemouth Base and Sons? I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Notice everything that is worth noticing. Okay, fine. Let's go to the company. Bass and Sons. Nothing eventful happened. State your business. I hear about the missing children. Tom and Kathy. Yeah, that's a sad song. You'll need to talk to, I guess, either Mr. Chapman or Mr. Tracy about that. But I wouldn't let either of them know that you've been speaking to the other. The bosses, they don't talk anymore. Why not? Between you and me and his 3600 largemouth bass, Mr. Chapman and Tracy haven't been on speaking terms since Mr. Chapman was snubbed at the Academy Award a few years back. They tolerate each other only because they both perform a function vital to the business. Which is... Mr. Tracy debones the fish, Mr. Chapman rebones them. Only then are the fish ready for sale at the market. Are you saying they take the fish's bones out and put them back in? That's silly. It's tradition. For generations, the Chapman has deboned the bass, and Tracy rebones them. That unique process what gives our bass its distinctive tang. What goes on here? We fish largemouth bass, and most of them are sons. What happened to the kids? If you ask me, that's what I just did. Right off, this life isn't for everyone. Tom and Kathy, they never had the makings of largemouth bass, deboner, or reboner. Fair enough. So identifies these waters as a site of historical importance. The pool is the birthplace of largemouth Luke, bass present at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. On August 2nd, 1792, he returned to his home waters to die, but his body was never found. The man. I'd like to talk to the man. What's the matter with you? She left me. Who? Amphibious truck. Oh, she's not a person. No, I'm more interested in amphibious trucks. So, what happened to your truck? Our truck. It's a company truck. We use it to take the fish to market. A couple nights ago, I forgot to fill her up with Forbet. Must have really ticked her off. The next morning, she was gone. No, nothing. Could it have anything to do with the missing kids? Tom and Kathy? You have to talk to Mr. Chapman or Tracy about that. Maybe they took the truck. Oh no, seems like a stretch. Where did the children go missing? Same day as the truck, but I think it's probably coincidence. So, are you saying the truck is sentient? It's funny, I wouldn't have thought so, but I can't see any other explanation for it running off the way it has. Not gonna say anything. How far could someone have gone in the truck? We guess could have gone further than 100 miles. 100 miles. Okay. No, 100. Sorry, 100 is fisherman's lingo. Means 11. What's puddle then? I'm guessing it's the truck. It's the gas I never gave her that night. Here now, in our special place, waiting for her. Waiting for her to come home. Is it working? Obviously you can see it is not. She'll be back. She has to come back. She'll run out of gas otherwise, and then where'll she be? Well, guess we can look for the truck later. Guard seems too happy to be here, but skeptical of the view. Hello? Surely a fisherman yearns for a glorious death at sea, not to wind up behind a desk. Hello there. You ever wish you had a glorious death at sea? Oh, many a sea creature has tried to give me one pal, but before they can get their teeth into me, I've reboned 6 ways to suntag. He spits a wad of chewing tobacco out the door. Guy Chapman, Chief Reboning Officer, Largemouth Basin Sons. What do you do? Are you here about Tom? I saw the posters about the missing children. Find one child and you'll find the other. My Tom has been lured into the lair of Occam's gator by that Jezebel of a dip owner's daughter. A good and true fisherman led astray by that delinquent sorceress who's never cared a Walt Whiteman for what we do here at Largemouth Base. Occam's gator. Chalkman's cheeks darkened to the milky hue of a humpback anglerfish. As long as there has been a largemouth Bath and Sons, there has been an Occam's gator, to our great misfortune. I venture that there's no creature of land nor sea quite so terrible. 12 feet tall he is, red as a furnace, with smoke blowing from his nostrils. He and his rapacious appetites are plagued on our business. He'll eat everything we've got. Largemouth bass, everything. Keeps me up at night, wondering what we did to deserve him. Is it a sin against the land to both debone and rebone fish? Perhaps. But damn it, if that's what gives our bass its sting. So how do you think Kathy's responsible? The arrogance of youth. Kathy Tracy never thought she had anything to fear for Occam's gator. She didn't respect him. Several times I caught her attempting to summon the beast by shouting its name 3 times in a mirror directly into the mouth of the bass. It was always going to end with her in Occam's belly. I just didn't think my Tom would be fool enough to go with it. You don't think he could have run away on his own? Absolutely not. Tom's 3rd generation bass boy. Proud and true. Just last month he said, I'm excited about my future at reboning largemouth bass, Dad. Does that sound like the words of a boy with 1 foot out the door? No. There's a simpler explanation. Siren song of Kathy Tracy, who lures good men into the bellies of gators. Alright, that's all I wanted to ask. Is... I'm actually looking for myself. Someone myself. Charles Wallace? Is he a fish? And I'm not the person to ask. I'm a fisherman, my friend. My bag is fish. You're looking for a human? You want to ask him for some kind of human fisherman. I'm glad you can joke through your son's abduction. Fear does terrible things to mine. I pray you never know a torment like mine. I just said my friend was missing. Her expression turned sour. Not that you poked a hole in his premise. He has lost interest in his conversation. Okay, I don't know where your friend is, alright? I'm the chief reboning officer here at Largemouth Basin Sons. Like my father was before me, and etc. It's a wonderful laugh. Good family laugh. Alright. Back there's a mess. Okay, don't mind. No, not messy. It's the mess, as in we have our meals. Oh, I thought they only called it a mess like the armed forces. And is fishing not the armed forces? What do we hold fish? What do we use to hold the rods, huh? Your arms. Clever boy. Oh, with the remoting knife of righteous has a complainant base been forged. The Book of Karas. You can't avoid your touch. You get the sense that only true loyalty to the fisherman's cause will overcome its suspicions to you. Alas. Stranger sits to chum you haven't met yet. Chum bucket. Champagne for my real chums. Real pain for my sham chums. Champagne for my real chums. Real pain for my chum chums. What lies behind that door is only for fishermen. What is it? Fish. Can I fish here? No. Ah! Can I go inside? In our family's private quarters, I'd sooner let a dogfish loose in my socks. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Can I take the chum? Those are decorative. And the chum inside is the very first batch of chum ever made by Largemouth Bass & Sons back in 1803. Reminds us of our humble beginnings. Revolting. I'm guessing we can't actually take this. Yeah, we can't. It's not giving us the prompt anymore. Are shotguns keeping you out, or someone else keeping you in? I'm going inside! This grizzled mariner must hate being stuck behind a desk. As a mariner, do you hate being stuck behind a desk? Excuse me. I make 6 figures a year behind this desk, and mind your manners. You're addressing Adam Tracy, Chief Deboning Officer of Largemouth Bass & Sons. Are you here about Kathy? Yeah, I saw posters about the missing children. That's right. 3 nights ago, Kathy disappeared, along with all her clothes and possessions, contents of that safe there, and the company truck. Oh, and the Chapman kid. Sounds like she might have run away from home. I'll excuse the remark, as you don't know my Kathy, but suffice to say, that's impossible. Kathy loves largemouth bass almost as much as assuming preordained roles in a multi-generational family business. No, Kathy would not simply leave home. There's a much simpler explanation. Occam's gator. Occam's gator? A monstrous skater man, centuries old, 10 feet tall, and if he's an inch, with scales as blue as deepest ocean. He has 2 twins, tails as sharp as razors, and he's not afraid to shave you. His appetites are insatiable. He'll strike at night and gobble out fish, guns, tax returns, whatever. Now I fear my Kathy. I don't know what we did to provoke his ire, but that beast has bullied and bothered our business since my grandfather was in toddler pants. I sometimes think the swamp itself summoned up to be our tormentor. My friend Charles is missing. Could Occam have taken him too? Certainly possible. Don't think the criminality of Occam's gator knows any bounds. You think Occam's gator ate Kathy? You have to understand, for decades, Occam's gator has been the sole author of this business misfortune. Could he eat a child? Absolutely. That his M.O., a monstrous appendi. Alright, that's all I wanted. I must warn you, my daughter's abduction makes me a poor conversationalist. Do you think if Sheriko's daughter was missing, he would have gone on and said all the famous things for which Mr. Sheriko is known? What'd you do? I'm the chief deboning officer here. My team and I debone the largemouth bass, after which it is passed over to my colleague across the way for reboning. I'll be on my way. Through the knife of the deboner doth stripe, still-shaped largemouth bass, and the world through our action, there are legion who do not believe and wouldst tear down thy work. Emptied to magnify the misfortune of my stolen daughter. When did this happen? 3 nights ago. I'm still in shock. Can't even muster the strength to close the safe. Any chance your daughter could have just opened the safe? Impossible. I never told her what the combination was 3. Tough break. I take it I can't go in any of the doors here. What's back here? There. What is you... What's back here? Your quarters? How'd you know that? That's where Mr. Chapman Cat is. Maybe the 2 of you are more similar than you'd like to admit. Wash your mouth out with fish soap. Okay. I was told not to mention it. This a mess? It is. And just so you know, the fish we serve here is deboned. That's the way we like it. I don't want to see you putting new bones in the fish. You definitely won't see that. You're not close enough to read this. I absolutely am. Academy of Fresh Saltwater Game Fish. Certificate of Nomination for Award. Be it known for Adam Tracy was nominated for Academy Award of Merit for Outstanding Achievement, Best Deboning. Bass. Or bass. Bass! Bass, bass, bash, burst, burst. Let's wander around and search for that truck. Swamp stinks. Barf, barf. Is there a scientific reason for that? Well, yeah. I mean, there's a scientific explanation for everything. That's what science is. Chemistry isn't my specialty, but I think basically it's because decaying plant matter produces methane, and that mixes with sulfur in the mud, resulting in pessimal smellification. That's flammable, though, right? Could you use it to power your robot or something? I don't want the robot to smell like egg farts, but here, if you want to experiment when I'm not around, I'll bottle some up for you. Catch a whiff of the burnt rubber and see a column of smoke drifting in the sky nearby. As you get closer, you see a small airplane has crashed in the mud, or perhaps splattered or warped into the mud. Not what I was looking for, but it's somewhere. Seems you got a problem here. Ah, you think? Yeah, three kinds of problems I got, if you don't count the headache. My problem is being stuck ass downward in this swamp, and it's just most obvious one. Anything I can help with you? Name's Crapmang, by the way. Rhonda Rasmussen, hi. And yeah, if I got some time on your hands, you bet your buns I can use it. What happened? I'm looking to be the first to fly a plane all around the swamp in one go, see? Nearly made it, too. But first to fly nearly all the way around the swamp won't be making newspaper headlines. Now, look what I got. Plane half buried in the muck, tainted fuel, and even if I get those sorted out, there ain't enough runway for me to get the thing flying again. Plane seems real stuck. You notice? Yeah, it's sticking out of the ground right there. Yep, sure is. What's wrong with your fuel? When I landed, the fuel tank got full of swamp water, which I don't know about how well versed you are in the chemistry of aircraft fuel, but not good for it. Not good for it. So I siphoned the tank dry. I figured it wouldn't be a big deal so I can get a can of backup fuel. Let me guess. That's full of water too? Ain't nothing so bad that can't be a little bit worse. I hear ya. What's involved in building a runway? With enough tar and macadam, I could slap down the quick and dirty runway. Dirtier than quick for certain. But it'd be good enough to get me out of here. And I've got plenty of tar, but where did you get the barrel of tar anyway? You know, that's a funny story. But anyway, I need a load of macadam to go with it. What? It's like gravel for flush budgets. For my purposes, I need a load of rocks exactly 3 centimeters across. That isn't very many rocks. Each individual rock is 3 centimeters, not the whole load together. Oh, I could look for rocks that size. That'd be great, come to think of it. I believe I passed an old quarry on my way down. Didn't get a close-up look because I was kind of distracted. But I can mark it on my map for you. Can't go myself, I need to stay here and guard the tar. Alright, that gives me something to do. You consider all the possible ways in which you could extract this plane from its current state of diagonality. Faith, 9 piety. I don't have 9 piety. Shovel? Leverage? You examine the crash site carefully, walking around and tapping gently on this until you find the spot you're looking for. The perfect place to stand. When you found it, you wedge your shovel in beside the plane and deftly pry it out of the muck. Nicely done! Hooray! Got your plane unstuck? I saw! That was a hell of a trick, I shall say. I am dully impressed. Still kicked in mud and wheels and all, but I guess that comes with the territory. In the literal sense. Nothing little elbow grease can't correct. Plus, maybe a little regular aircraft grease. Can we look at the fuel? Where's the fuel? Can it be fixed somehow? Technically, yeah. Needs to have the water distilled out of it. Don't have anything like that on equipment, though. Maybe I can dig something up. That'd be great. Any basic distillation setup should do the trick. It ain't rocket science, just airplane science. That's a much slower kind of science. Here's the can. I'll see what I can do. Okay. Feldman Quarry. You find a little cluster of veiny, muscular-looking cattails. If you know your plants, that means they're chock full of strong, sinewy fibers. Powerful grit. Whoa! Another Gatorman camp, alright. There's 4 more wrenches here. A 31, 32-inch one, a 63, 64-inch one, a 127, 28-inch one, and a 255, 256. Charles must carry one heck of a toolbox. The wrenches are laid out in the shape of an arrow, pointing toward a nearby hill. From the top of the hill, you can see some sort of fort in the distance, apparently hammered together out of a rusty scrap metal. That's gotta be where the Gatorman took him. You grab all the wrenches and combine them with the other ones he dropped to complete the set. Okay, we found the fortress. The truck sits beneath the chute, patiently awaiting its delivery day of its dump. Let me close this. Hoboco painted on the rock. I can't read it. Reload. Slabs of rock feed into the machine from the quarry's conveyor belt. 20 by... We want centimeters. We want to... Rush. Pound. Polish. You hear the rocks? Doesn't seem to be doing. I guess you can't polish something that's already smooth. Fair enough. Oops. I guess all the rocks are gone. Okay, let's try this again. Crush. Crush. Hey, this rock has sunglasses. This rock has an X on it for some reason. Odd. Brush. Brush. Got it, wait. Polish. 3 centimeters, exactly what we want. There's a big labor labeled dump here. Dump truck full of hand-won macadam. You don't even know who this truck belongs to. Well, we don't know what else to do. You're just gonna steal it? I know that's a crime, right? I'll bring it back. Promise? Yes, I promise. As long as you promise. Let's go. Hi, I got your macadam, madame. Say, those are some good-looking rocks. Nice find. Okay, give me a hand spreading those out and tarring them up. 2 of you spend some time setting up a makeshift runway. It's hard, dirty work, but it beats dealing with fairies and fishmen and the rest of the bonkers nonsense you've been getting up to. Good job. They'll do nicely. Nice is maybe over-complimenting it, but it's good enough. Dive truck. I should drive it back. Truck is back where it belongs thanks to your integrity and civic-mindedness. Yay! You're afraid to go... Well, you're afraid if you go any further in that direction, you'll get turned into gravel. Aw. Okay. Visit the Gatorman Fortress. I still want to look for Occam's Gator. A whistling man piles his canoe through 2 inches of swamp water, hits rocks and capsizes. In a very shallow slime, he thrashes and splashes, screaming about gators. You take the anxious fellow's arms and set him on his feet. Tell him calmly he's in no more danger in 2-inch water than he is anywhere else in the swamp. If your gator wants him dead, he will be. You promise? He says. I promise. He thanks you. Okay. Remember what happened to Troy? He's gotta be somewhere nearby. Crap. We just gotta wander around a bit. As a flash of light cuts through the trees, the glare passes, and then you see it, poking through its head through above the canopy. A telescope! You've fancied a telescope ever since you were a young boy. You press your nose against the window of the telescope shop for hours until the proprietor would run out and threaten to tan your glutes with a tripod. I still want a telescope. You've waited long enough. Go get your telescope! Telescope in a treehouse. A bald cypress is so tough and tall, it's no surprise some fellow has chosen to make of it a tree home. Whoa! Hey, mister. Why do you keep walking, huh? This here's Will Hunter's treehouse, and rule is, take no grown-ups allowed. Who are you? Will Hunter, I said. Oh, what's your story, Will? Ain't much to tell. I ain't that interesting, mister, I swear. Not to city folk like you, anyhows. What are you doing in a swamp? Nothing special. Same thing every boy gets up to, I reckon. Do I? I must know what that is. I ain't telling anyways. What you got up there? I ain't anything, swear. You don't want to see anyways. I want to use the telescope you've got up there. Afraid that telescope property of Will Hunter, same as my licorice collection. You mean licorice? No, licorice. Wouldn't it be called licorice because it ain't made of rice? Wouldn't it be called licorice because it ain't made of rice? It's called licorice because you lick it. But I'm saving mine so it's all I can lick and up so all I can. I'm saving mine up so as I can lick them all at once. How long have you been saving your licorice? I reckon it's been a few months. It's okay to wait a few months on licorice as long as it's refrigerated good and proper. Have you? It's sitting in my pocket, it's nice, so I reckon so. Can you let me up? No adult will been sneaking up Will Hunter's treehouse, and I ain't fixing to break that street. Not meant for not for nothing. Let's see. I just need some moxie to convince the kid to let me up. You gotta let me up. That's so? What's in it for Will? Aiding in my vital mission against the forces of evil. Mission, huh? Like a job. I ain't got no job, mister. And I ain't needing one. I'm fixing to get my life through simple scampery. Sounds like a no on helping up the tree. Maybe you'll have to think of something else. Alright. Plan B, I'll just climb up. Enough of this. It's time to class to robust limbs around the trunk, shuddering cypress, and begin to shimmy. Hey now! This is a private treehouse! Stop or I'll tan you till he can't stand up! Why, there's no boy up here in this treehouse at all! Only the large and sagging features of a human face sunk in the tree's very trunk. Surely this can't be young Will Hunter. Oh, well, I reckon now tain't no keeping you from seeing my plight. I've been wicked, mister. Huh. What happened to you? Ain't much to tell. That cannot possibly be true. The great tree sighs, shedding scraps of bark that drift from the treehouse floor. Yeah, hear of a doctor? You know what that is? Yes, Will, I know what a doctor is. Heck, what do you want to be so mean for? I reckon most people you go and ask, they couldn't tell you one thing about what a doctor does. I only ever met one doctor, Dr. Weiss. Lived on the same street as my step-aunt. 'Twas one morning he was paid me 6 bits to paint his fence, and, well, heck, I swear I was fixing to do it, mister. But I heard there was an interesting trout down the river. A little wider than the average, but not very wide, just the way Will Hunter likes. How can a boy resist? No, I agree, you needed to go catch the slightly wide trout. We're going to catch it, mister. Only measure it from a notes on trout width. Anyways, Doc West, he weren't real pleased, and to teach me a lesson, he went and cursed me to be a tree. How did the doctor turn you into a tree? Don't ask Will Hunter how. All I know is doctors, they got all kind of powerful tools. Tweezers, height chart, could have used anything. What lesson are you supposed to learn from this? That I ought to paint fences if I says I'm fixing to? I guess so. About all I can think of. Can you end the curse? Doctor told me I'd be a tree till I make good of my painting a bunch of fences all around town. Hard enough for me to do it like this, yeah, I'll tell you. I could do it for you. Aw, Mr. Paint Fences? You wouldn't want to do that. Sure it would. The wind picks up and snaps off a few weak twigs, but Will doesn't seem to mind. Say, that's real swell. Thanks a lot, mister. The doc who cursed me had a nice flat picket fence, and he said something like, Will Hunter gotta paint 3 more fences just like his, or he'll be a tree forever. Paint 3 fences, got it. You can get my paints and brush out of my knapsack. I'd just hand them to you, but I am a tree. Is there a ladder you can put down? Suppose I can. Tain't a ladder in your way, and I know around. Tain't a ladder in the way, you know and I know, right? But part of this tree, I can sort of waggle around. I was still a boy, I reckon you'd say it's like my fingers or nostrils. Will Hunter extends his long, arborescent fingers and or nostrils through the hole in the treehouse back to the swamp floor. You should be able to climb down those nostrils now. I'll see you around, Will. Alright, we've got Will's paint and brush. Take care of those, will ya? That long-handled brush belonged to my grandfather. Your grandfather? Don't think so. I'll keep an eye out for 3 fences. When he reaches a certain age, a boy loses his enthusiasm for hoarding rocks in his treehouse. This is called the death of innocence. Aww. Alright, we need to go find some fences. And we're still looking for the couple that got missing. The geyser of swamp gas erupts nearby with a loud sound and brownish yellow cloud. I won't bother trying to describe the smell. I'm sure you can imagine it for yourself. Oh no. A large swarm of stink bugs quickly arrive and start zooming around inside the gas cloud. It's unclear if they're attracted by the smell or if they're refilling their stink bags or what. When that cloud dissipates, you're probably going to have a lot of unwanted attention. A scented candle might be more appropriate, but a match will have to do. The swamp gas ignites in a bright green ball of flame, and the stink bugs comet away, doing impressions of very short-lived fireflies. All of a sudden, you hear a gator man screaming wildly to your left. Just suddenly, another gator man starts screaming to your right. You're an angry gator man snarl behind you and turn around. Another gator man! And then you hear someone say, behind you. And so you turn around again. There's another gator man! You're surrounded! Yeah, wonderful. Gator men everywhere. Weed Lord! Rot Tooth intends to belch on Clarence. Rot Tooth intends to belch. Rage Jerk intends to viciously clobber Simone. Alright, so what can I do here? I need to get rid of these guys. Whew. 13 sleeves damage to these rot tooths. Okay, let's drum a piano on the Rage Jerk. And then I will shoot this Rot Tooth. One down. Weed Lord is attacking my rat! Uh-oh. Dude, gross. Oh no, this man gets tougher. I should probably kill the guy over there. Orchestra strike. Well, that's not good. Okay. I've got a grenade. 15 physical damage. I'm gonna toss this grenade at you, Mr. Gatorman Rottooth. Woo! Then I'll use my orb. The rat will die, unfortunately, but I will be able to get rid of the Rottooth. Okay. Discharge. Okay, I can just shoot the rage jerk. Or I can just timpani on him. And be gone. Jeez, maybe that'll teach him not to sneak up on a guy like that. Dear Cheese, you're going to choose not to interrogate the biological means by which this stuff is produced. Gator Punch. They drink it, doesn't mean they like it. Okay, wander around one more time. One more time, for real. Monster Chat. No skeptics. These kids are alright. That's heartwarming. Inside you find not the decayed and crumbling tumble-down shack stone with ancient records that you were perhaps expecting, but actually maintained and fairly clean tumble-down shack stone with 12 to 14-year-old kids. Hey, what are you all kids doing out in the middle of the swamp? Why shouldn't we be? Because it's dangerous here. Yeah, this is where the monsters are. That's why it's dangerous. Do you believe in monsters? Oh, of course I do. It'd be a real feat of cognitive dissonance otherwise. You've seen them? For real? Really real? Yeah. Which one? Which one? Fishermen? Vampires? I've seen vampires? Those don't count. Those guys are just weird jerks. We're looking for real monsters. I don't understand what real means in this context. So, since you believe in monsters, you can join our monster squad. Otherwise, we can't tell you anything, because it's a secret. Okay, I'll join. Great! It'd be nice to have someone who can reach the top shelf on those old bookcases we scavenged. Is that it? I'm a member now? Yeah, we used to have a big ceremony where you had to repeat a vow and stuff, but it took too long and we're all busy with our research. Come on in and have a look around. Thanks. This kid is eating something. Hi there. Hi! Don't mean to be rude, but what's your deal, kid? I'm a moss man! You are, huh? Not really, but I want to be a moss man when I grow up. That's why I'm eating all this fertilizer. It's actually cornflakes, I'm just pretending. Not crazy. Some people say I'm crazy for believing in the Moss Man, though. But I know he's real. I've seen him. What's a Moss Man? A man made of moss? He's all fuzzy and green. It's so neat. Oh hey, you should go see him for yourself. Then if you bring back proof he exists, people won't think I'm weird anymore. They might. But I'll have a look. Great! I'll mark the place on your map. It's called Moss Rock Grotto. If you see him, try to bring back some moss as proof, okay? Oh, I don't need this hat anymore right now. I'm gonna try the frat cap on for a bit. Oh, whoa! What are you reading? About Neanderthals and other early hominids. Unfortunately, I'm not finding anything useful in here. What are you looking for? The honey ape. What now? Never heard of it? It's a very famous monster. It's a hairy primate or primate-like creature that's smaller than a human, but with human-sized hands. Most of the legends call it big hands, but I'm pretty sure the big hands legend and reports of honey ape sightings are referring to the same cryptid. That's interesting. I know it lives around here somewhere, I just haven't been able to find it yet. I'll help. That would be excellent, thank you. I found some of its prints at once and made a tracing. They might help you track it down. Try to get one of its fingernails as proof. How will a fingernail be proof? Because it'll be as big as a human fingernail, obviously. You're sure that this is a handprint of a honey ape and not just a handprint of a regular guy? Alright then. He is preoccupied with repeatedly smelling through test tubes. What you got there? Perfume samples? Kinda. This one is a combination of hydrogen sulfide and methane. Common swamp gas, basically. The other one? Coffee, to clear the swamp gas smell out of my nose. Okay, so why? I'm researching a creature known as Smell of the Wisp. I've only run into it once, but I have a good memory for smells, so I figure if I can match the smell, that particular chemical mist will tell me more about it. What? Wisp. It's a cloud of intelligent swamp gas. Some people say it's the ghost of a chili cook-off judge, but I think there's probably more scientific explanation. You're telling me you're looking for an intelligent... The girl gestures certainly at a sign over her workbench. No fart jokes. Smell of the Wisp! It's come on! No. Well, I don't know what to say then. If you're willing to help me, instead of making a profile goofs, I could really use a sample to analyze. Okay, I'll go find it. Great, thank you. Here, take this. It should help you track the thing down. I just smell through this? Yeah, just follow your nose. Alrighty then. What are you doing, kid? Say, you're a grown-up. Can you help me with something? I'm not buying you cigarettes. No. There's a swamp lady called Barbara Yargara. Everybody says she's just a fairy tale, but I know she's real because I've seen her hut right here in the swamp. But I don't know if she's a sort of swamp lady who eats kids or not. Swamp lady? I don't want to call her a swamp witch or hag or stuff like that. It would mean to judge her that way without even having met her. Kids these days. Alright, I'll check her out for you. Great, thanks. Here, I'll mark your hut on your sponge map? Yeah, that's weird. I don't get it either. Anyways, bring a feather back to prove you met her, okay? She has feathers? I mean, for one of her pet birds. The stories say she has a ton of them. How will you know it isn't just an ordinary feather I found somewhere? You seem like a trustworthy person. Then why do you need me to bring back proof at all? Because that's how quests work. Come on. Okay, fine. Kid is peering at a terrarium filled with flies and... Oh, wait. Time out. Let me close this. Anyways. You, into flies? Kinda. They're interesting once you get over the gross factor, but I'm mostly interested... just studying these because I'm interested is the flyman. The flyman? Or maybe the man-fly. I haven't decided which way is better yet. So, what is the flyman man-fly? He's a scientist that moved into the old Flemberg place. I did a little spying on him. I think he's trying to turn himself into a giant fly. Why would anyone do that? I don't know. That's what's so interesting about him. He's also really handsome. For now, you mean? Yeah, I'd really like to meet him, but I'm too shy. Can you help me out? I'll help. Thank you. Here, I'll show you where the house is. To meet him, could you bring back a souvenir? Like one of his chest hairs? Sure. Freaky girl. Kid is messing around with some kind of weird mechanical contraption. What's this thing you're making? I don't really know yet. I'm just kind of messing around with it because I'm taking a break from my main project. Hey, do you know anything about the chupanaranja? I try to avoid spicy food. It gives me the hiccups. No, it's this kind of monster that eats oranges. They're supposed to be from way down south, but I know there's one in the swamp somewhere. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of trap I build, it keeps escaping. Do you want to try? Sure, why not? Feel free to use my workbench over there. I've got plenty of spare parts and stuff. If you manage to catch it, bring me back one of its nostrils as proof, okay? A nostril? Not the whole head or a pelt? Oh no, I don't want to kill it. Just prove it's out there. Okay. What's my characters look at? 8, 7, 8. I feel like I should improve my stats a bit. Let's see what happens. Would you like to make any refinements? Adjust the torque. Tighten the spring. Did everything that I could. Can I do something? Put my Machi up real quick. Oh. Okay, hold on. Potions. Put the mushroom hat back on. I'm gonna drink a potion. Muscle, robot fuel, gator punch, spooky armor. "11 in 1 oil. According to the fine print of the can, 11 of the world's religions are actually part of a larger secret religion understood only by the old man who owns a company that makes this oil." Curious. You carefully squeeze the oil into your joints. However that works. Grab wrench, tighten the string, adjust the torque, add battery, add a fuse. Let's go hunting. Dozens of volumes of several fantasy for young adults and older than average children. Cavern of Mystery, Part 74. Luis Sanchez and the Challenge of the Flame. Marion White and the Prison of Glory. The Chalice of Glory, Part 65. Okay. So where do I go to lay my trap? A black shape looms into view. At first, it's difficult to make out from the silhouette, but it seems to be a massive shadow brute. It doesn't immediately react to your presence. Perhaps it's facing away. Although, it's hard to tell. From its movements, it seems to be eating something? Then another shape. A flappy batwing shape unfurls itself on the brute's shoulder and screeches noiselessly at you. The brute starts to turn around. Oh no! Wait, I can just kill the brute. Why are we here? Fight's over. Whoa! You cautiously enter the spooky hut and discover it's actually quite nice inside. A young woman with a rather twig-oriented hat greets you. Oh, hello. Please just come in. I don't get many visitors, apart from the birds. I might be in the wrong place. Are you Barbara Yargara? That's correct. And you are? I'm Crapman Getty. A pleasure. Come in. Come in. A lot of birds you got here. This is a really nice house. To be honest, I was expecting a bit, witchy. Oh, you've heard the old stories. Those were about my granny. She was really into croning. Croning? Being a crone. All the really old traditional magic stuff. She lived to be nearly 200 years old. When she passed, she left me this house and all her birds and so on. 200? That's very impressive. Is that why you're here, chasing the old legends of Barbara Yaga? Well, not exactly. I met a kid who's into the old stories, but he's afraid he might be a child-eating kind of witch, so he sent me instead. That's adorable. I don't think I've ever eaten a child, but there's no telling what was in Granny's stews. I'm not sure if that was meant as a joke or... Sure! Anyway, I'm supposed to take back a feather to prove that I met you. Okay, I can't just give you one, though. Are you sure? Sorry, I have to give you some kind of test first. It's a traditional thing. What sort of test? It's a lot of work keeping this room clean, but with the birds and all. I'm getting behind on my other chores. Or you could fight me. Fight you. Grady trained me all these birds to be killers, but I haven't exactly been up and looking for trouble like she used to. So they could use some exercise, Let's do chores instead. I need you to muck out the bird path out front and pick the ripe cattails out my cattail patch for me. Is there a third thing? Of course, but I'll tell you about that after you finish the first two. Okay, I'll do the chores. You can tell the ripe cattails by how they look a little different, and I'm sure you saw the bird bath when you came in. This isn't so much a bird bath as a bird dirtier. Eat sleaze and stench. Oh no. A wetlands nasty bass. A brown-eyed slamfish. We caught one of those earlier. Hey, there's hoboglyphs over there. I can't read it. Okay. I think I have some books. Stench armor. Heard them all. You have 390 unspent EXP. The catalog of the worst smelling flowers on this earth is considered the most nauseating book ever written, even before you got to the cannibalism chapters. Bloated corpse flour is a nasty bit of olfactory business. I almost do not want it to serve with the cottage cheese, but you know me. The world's sleaziest jokes called from the world's sleaziest toilet stalls. If you can stomach these, there won't be much left in heaven or earth that can scandalize you. In the pit, the elder said, "What's under the wig of a wig, my dear?" Oh no, that's disgusting! Still a lot of filth to wade through here. And she said, "Thank you, but wherever did you find a can opener at this time of night?" Oh, that's terrible. You're embarrassed to admit you laughed. I don't want to know what the full joke was. So what's my resistance right now? 5 sleaze. I think I can cover stench easily if I just wear this. There, stench armor done. Now I just need sleeves. Accessory, pants, slacks. Increase your sleeves armor by 5. Increase your sleeves armor by 3. Oh, perfect. Muck it out. You slough out the filth of the bird bath and hide behind the tree where no one can see it. Cattail might be one of the ripe ones? Grab some ripe cattails. Easy. Whoa! A Typhula panther! You extract the powerful chemicals from the plant's majestic fridge. Alright, those are the ripe cattails, and the toilet's clean. Arcane oven. I just finished. Here are your cattails. So, what's the mysterious third task? Go down to the basement and fetch a sack of birdseed. Basement? How do you have a basement in the swamp? It's weird, I know. I think Grady's magic keeps it from collapsing. It's also kind of scary down there. You have a flashlight, right? Yeah, I have a flashlight. Okay. Barbara wasn't kidding about it being uncomfortably dark down here. Shadow Rift. I should probably close this. Bird speaks in an eerily articulate human voice. It is what? It is what? Starve you eat it with. If you need rich and it have the poor the. Shadow the then darker and infinitely then greater is it. Nothing. The answer is nothing. Correct. I'm gonna step outside for a quick moment. Because I think I'm going to need a lot of mysticality to solve this puzzle. I'm gonna eat the glow nut. Hopefully that's all the mysticality I need. It is what eclipsing every surrounds and beer your fills it. It for use has no shadow through space, and the time of the end is everything of the beginning. The is it. You ponder the riddle for a moment, and it comes to you. E. The answer is the letter E. Correct. The bird speaks. Its voice sounds louder and further away. It is what? Near is it? All-consuming is it? Inevitable is it? The shadow. The bird nods and fades away. A throbbing ring of negative energy around what appears to be an egg. You credit your pliers and set to applying the ring of energy that has been applied entirely out of existence. How long is this basement? You're pretty sure you should have reached the back wall by now. Makes sense why she keeps this thing in the basement. Turn back. Don't want to know what this puddle consists of. There's a lot of rats. Are they whispering, "Get out"? You can hear that, right? It's not just me. Go deeper. The ground has started to shake. Bits of dirt are falling to the ceiling. Rumbling noise, almost like someone is growling, "Your soul is mine!" This seems like bad news. This must be the original Barbara Yarga's magic books. Unfortunately, it's dark as the inside of a dog down here. You don't scare me. I've got a fresh pair of pants. There's the birdseed. The ground is shaking more violently, furiously even. The walls howl, "Die, fool!" as it rocks at you as your rocks falling from the ceiling threaten to bury you alive. Let's see. Spooky resist. Spooky resist. Oh wait, I have the visor. Finally, get the seed and get out of here. Just the one bag? Why not get all of them? Fuse box is broken beyond repair. You have no choice but to dwell in the darkness. Darn. Wish you could have fixed that. How are those tours going? Here's your sack of bird seed. You, kind of undersold how scary it is down there. Sorry about that. Maybe I can learn a charm to keep the mice away. And the voices? And the bleeding walls? Doesn't sound familiar. Maybe your flashlight was acting up. Anyway, thanks. Here's that feather I promised. Feather from one of Barbara's birds, not Barbara herself. Thanks. Barbara's vanity. Bye, Crapmang. Never seen an indoor bird bath before. Oh, that was a gift. It was too small for my birds, though. If you like it, you can have it. You really should have dumped the water out before you started carrying it around. Thanks. Bird's still in the there, midair. Ooh. Oh yeah, I can make a dough baby. Do I want to make a dough baby? You know, I'm just gonna look this up. I feel like the dough baby is gonna be a familiar, which I'm not gonna use because I have the shadow rat. I'm happy with the shadow rat. Shadows over loathing. Dough baby. Heals its owner. Dough baby will heal a player a random amount between 1 and its mysticality. Yeah, it's a familiar. I don't want it. Fancy foods. Glow nut! Let's make... Ooh. You can make a hot pouch. Impregnable tack. Coffee cake. Coffee cake! And a braggadocious pie. Ooh. Make an ice scone. And I'm out of flour. So let's leave. The spot of color in this drab swamp catches your eye, and you find a pile of withered orange husks in front of a shallow cave. This must be the lair of the Chupanaranja. Fortunately, it isn't home right now. Well, baby, since you aren't an orange, it won't be dangerous to you anyway. That almost certainly isn't true. Set the trap. You set your trap and hide behind a nearby bush to wait for your prey. After a while, you start to get very bored, and remember that people who hunt with traps don't typically sit and wait for prey to show up. Instead, they leave and come back later. That's kind of the whole point of animal traps. Alright, so you wanted feather, I think. And you like getting a feather from Barbara Yaga? You mean the one for birds, right? Right, she didn't have feathers herself. We established that. Good, just checking. Here you go. Wow, thanks, mister. What was she like? Pretty nice, actually. Don't go in her basement, though. The kid pulls out a sash, puts a pin on it, pins a badge on it, and hands it to you. As thanks, here's an official Monster Squad sash and your first Monster Squad badge. You can use one additional combat item per round. Yay! Thanks, kid. Alright, last skill here. Let's go ahead and learn it. You can play all day without making your fingers bleed, especially if you're playing an instrument that doesn't use them. There. That's the entire library there. Let's go look through my book some more. I choose not to be told. Want to give this remedial book a read through just to see if you missed anything? Read the book again more slowly. The knowledge that pianos are heavy has been honed. You now know that pianos are really heavy. In an effort to move it closer to what you assume to be in its intended audience, you donate the book to a nearby preschool. Convenient. Let's see, what else do I want to upgrade? Call for backup will cause your familiar to attack an additional time. Alright, let's learn some lingering. I'm going to describe this as dryly as possible because you clearly don't deserve jokes anymore. You study the chart and improve your skill. You discard the book in a non-humorous way. Aww. Are you ready to memorize all the spine-shattering frequencies in this book's appendix? Or appendix-shattering frequencies in this book's spine? I don't have enough XP, so we're gonna stop there. Alright, let's go rescue Charles. To the fortress! In a gloomy grove of a sunken cypress trees, a well-muscled woman stands waist-deep in the opaque bog. Her hands rest on the pommel of a sword, its blade lodged in the muck. It catches your eye because it's not the type of thing you tend to see on the East Coast. What sword is that? The blade of your great aunt. Many moons ago, it was entrusted to my family for safekeeping. It's now yours to reclaim. For a cost. Alright, what's the cost? I shall ask you a boon, and you shall be obliged to grant it. That's all? I'm a bit terrified of what this boon is, but alright. You got an item, your great aunt's sword. The sword has a satisfying heft. You can see why your great aunt liked it so much, but it comes with something quite unsatisfying. Something that makes you feel almost queasy and a little cursed. Uh-oh. You swamp geese? You geesed me? It's simple, badge. Binding you to your oath, until such time as I have need of your service. On that day, I will find you. Can I just do this spoon thing now? She's gone. Better be a good sword. It's a great sword. Better be a good great sword. Shadow, close it. I don't have any gun parts or anything, do I? No, I don't. I could use the sword, but I don't want to. You may or may not have a great aunt, but nobody can deny you have a great sword. Petermen aren't doing enough damage to each other for it to seem like a real fight. They're either just sparring, or this is how Gatorman arguments work. Either way, they aren't paying attention to you. Let's sneak past them for now. Well, but I don't have my companion with me. This could be a problem. This filthy pipe must lead inside, presumably to the bathroom part of inside, if the smell is any indication. Let's see, I want to maximize my muscle. Oh no, I don't. I want to maximize My stench resist, you dingus. Okay, will this let me in? Gross. Pipe turns out to be much longer than you expected, with a lot of twists and turns. Clearly, efficient airflow and ventilation systems is not a big priority in Gatorman architecture. You eventually come out in either a garbage processing center or a kitchen. Must be the Gatorman's dinner bell. I don't want to ring this. Kitchen, only in the sense that it's the place where food is prepared. There's nothing of value on the shelves. Probably not even by Gatorman standards. One of those big fridges. You know the one hanging on big rusty chains? The chain wasn't very well attached, and the whole thing comes loose. Neither the refrigerator nor the chain is in very good shape, but you're probably not going to find a better version of this very specific combination. Okay. Even if Gatorman bothered to cook their meals, they probably don't cook in an electric stove standing in 18 inches of water. Ah, we found Charles. Charles! Shh, they'll hear you. Boy, am I glad to see you, kid. Thought I was a goner. You're the adventuresome type and all. You know how to pick a lock? Only with an appropriately shaped key. You'll have to get their hand off their leader then. I think his room is down the other end of the hall. Be right back. Now. A bunch of Gatormen. Wait. What's the collective noun for Gatormen? Cruelty? Depravity? Butthole? This bunch of Gatormen seem more concerned with the possibility that someone might break into their front door and sneaking through their kitchen. Must be the Gatorman dinner bell. It'd be nonsensical and cruel to ring the dinner bell without making dinner first. This is the kitchen. Let's prepare a feast. All the food out here is days-old meat with bites taken out of it. You'll die. Not for me, the Gatorman. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, there are big haunches of some carcass strewn about. If you can lift those onto the table, you might have beginnings of something. Okay, now we need muscle, actually. Muscle. Got the pants already. You poke around the cupboards, pulling out everything you can identify as maybe being Gatorman food. Mainly telling the difference between old lumps of meat and old lumps of mud by whether it's got a bone sticking out. Since you don't know whether Gatormen avoid food with mold in it or consider it an essential spice, you compromise and only scrape off half. Then you pile all that onto the table and garnish it with a sprig of parsley. Hope this will hold the guard's attention for a while. Bon appetit! Ring the bell with discarded bone, then crouch next to the door. The Gatorman guards all steam in and immediately start fighting over who gets the juiciest lump of whatever those lumps are made of, and they don't notice you sneaking out into the hall. Hee. Oh, hi, Simone. Can you make a robot that would deal with these mosquitoes? I could make a backpack with several articulated fly swatter arms that would flail around. That doesn't seem... Or maybe a hat? Battery pack would make it too heavy. Never mind. No, hang on. I'm really thinking about this now. Wait a second while I make some sketches. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, an anvil. Presumably for hammering on terrible gator metals. And this is the way in? This is the way in. Shoebox waterlogged. Wide loafers widens your gate. Loose chain, rusty chain. You can't possibly pass this up. Not exactly sure how long this chain is because you're not sure how tight you're supposed to pull a chain when you measure it, and also because you don't really care. Rusty chemical barrel. Fish! A dust, drowsy, murky wormfish. Why are there fish in the barrel? I don't think there's supposed to be fish in this barrel. Fish! Okay, this is like the place. Go away! Where'd he go? You think Gary Man's tasted books as bad as everything else about them? Keeping the rust off your iron fist, don't eat your henchmen, tips for new rulers, spot welding guide for ad hoc fortresses, those all are pretty much what you expect. There's one that seems interesting. Making the most of your stabbings. A knife-fitters guide to maximizing the effect of each stab. Grants the effect, Knife in the Dark. Deal 25% of an enemy's max HP and physical damage. Ooh. You skim the book. There are many places to stab a person that had never occurred to you. Knife in the Dark! Dark is one of the most painful places to get stabbed. There's some diagrams in the back that show the most painful places to stab each of the most common categories of a stabbing victim. You could memorize it, but it would take some effort. If you do, Knife in the Dark will deal an additional 10% of max HP. The world's least comfortable chair in the world. And the real seat of power. Give me my fishing rod. Why am I doing this? Do this instead. A filthy scepter. Poison all opponents for 3 once per fight. Brandish this if you want everybody to think you're the king of Twilight Mountain. Alright. Pull these down to the massive underground chamber. That ought to do it. Down we go. Private property! Scram! Get back here. You don't know what this object is, but... Oh wait, it's got blood over it. It's an altar. Where'd he go? It's a weird pedestal. Touch. Woo! I'm serious. Go away! Oh, I don't like those weird shadows in the back. Whatever it is, it's extremely broken. Okay, I can fix that real quick. Let me just find the right thing to fix it with. All these blocks are clearly trying to move in a way that makes sense. They must have gotten knocked out of alignment. Move the blocks around relative to each other until they start moving in a more satisfying pattern. Assuming you're a person who thinks a smooth circular pattern is more satisfying than a juddery, spark-spewing chaos. Surely everybody is that kind of person. This has to be right. Ah, wonderful. The device seems less broken now. Okay, good grief. You would have fixed with it if you hadn't known it was going to be so ungrateful. You can use 3 additional combat items per round. Sheesh. Touch pedestal. Here we go. Whoa! I'm winning! I kill you! It's some kind of ancient temple guardian or something. It's shooting out a bunch of tightly focused beams of light that science doesn't have a name for, but which you can probably assume you don't want touching you. Avoid the beams, because I am super awesome. Nope. You ain't touching me, pal. I want to go this way. Oh! Yeah, I'm too smooth. Nice try. You worst! I destroy! Goliath! Kill! Oops. That guy really did a number on this guy. Fish! You poke around in the mulch until you find something that looks less like an old iron key, except kind of blurry. It sizzles and twitches in your hand as you pick it up. Cursed key. It has to be the key Charles mentioned! You look at the hulking Goliath at the end of the hall. There doesn't seem to be anything beyond it, and it looks like it could squash you in an instant. Best go back and unlock Charles. Make your way quickly back up to the room where he was being held. Alright, Charles. Let's unlock the cage. Found the key? I think so. It's sort of weird, though. Yeah, I don't like the looks of it at all. I bet dollars to donuts that's the artifact we were looking for. It couldn't possibly be the key to this random Gatorman cage in the middle of nowhere then, could it? Well, it might have been some kind of key-related powers. Normally I advise using against it, but I don't see any other way out of this mess. Alright, here goes. The key shifts unpleasantly in your hands, buzzing and clinking through a jerky slideshow of shapes, as though searching for a particular slice of higher dimensional object that will fit this lock. When it lands on the right one, it jerks forward with your hand and twists, then the lock clicks open. Your hands feel numb. Thanks, Crapbang. Thought for sure my bacon was well and truly fried. Don't mention it, Charles. Let's just get the heck out of this dump. With no further cause to stick around, apart from unfinished side quests you might have, but you can always come back for them later, you escort Charles back to town. Crapman, you found the cursed artifact and brought Charles back home safely. I can't express how grateful I am. I don't know what we'd do without him. Thank you so much. It wasn't nothing, but you know. Yeah, I get it. Don't forget to uncurse that thing before you go to bed. This key seems like it has to power open any lock. It would be extremely useful. Would it be really bad if I didn't uncurse it? I'm not going to drag you into the machine and force you to do it, but yes, I don't actually know what would happen if you don't uncurse it, but I assume it would be pretty bad. Look, you uncursed all the other things, right? Yeah. Great, so go ahead and uncurse this one too, okay? Better safe than sorry. Alright. Let's uncurse the key. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, and put the weird metal dome thing over your head. What would you like to uncurse today? The key jumps up the roof of the dome and sticks there, shaking and keening the sounds that the sound keys make against the metal. Lights in the store whine, flicker, then cut out completely. Dang it. Only when the power is back out does the key calm down, give up the most odious power of itself to the machine, and drop back into your lap. Light returns to the store. Fixed it! We had a spare light bulb under the cat. The key's curse lingers under the machine. It is itself an arcane lock, to be solved only by a projection of consciousness. Oh, yes. This puzzle. I've assembled everyone just as you asked, Detective. The victim's wife, and the two men who were present in the passenger car at the time. I confess the truth of this murder continues to elude me, but no doubt you are soon to enlighten us with your great powers of deduction and observation. May I inspect the body again? No, it wouldn't be fair to the other passengers who haven't had a look yet. I see. But I will tell you again what I know. At 11:13 a.m., the professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. At that point in time, Mrs. Ryukinchi and Mr. Andretti were the only other passengers present in this car. Mr. Perry returned later. The rest I leave to you to deduce, Detective. I will need a moment. The businessman Andretti adjusts his cufflinks. I told you, never even heard of this man. I know of Burgerworth College, of course. It's an excellent institution. But I didn't know he was a professor there. Now come on, let's not delay our journey further. I'm traveling with 19 suitcases of exotic rubber to make a new and exciting wheel at the factory. Detective mode! Exotic rubber. No doubt from the jungles of Almodovar, whose local brand of nicotine I smell on his collar. Of course, the rubber plants of Almodovar don't just yield material for bouncy tires, but an odorless poison, lethal when drunk in hot tea. But why would this man abet the murder of a stranger? I suspect the answer lies in the resume on the table, and the name printed on it. Martin Perry. The widow, Ryokenshi, dabs her eyes with a handkerchief, embroidered in the words, mourning in rags and wipes. A moment of privacy, please, detective. I had nothing to do with my husband's death, and no reason to want him gone. He was a kind man, not a rich one. Everything he made, he spent on the roulette tables. He owned over 700 of them. That's the largest collection in the world. We were traveling to Yorba Linda so the mayor could give my husband the key to the city, but that won't happen now. Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. She says she had no reason to wish her husband dead, but the chemical stain in her cuticles and the fingerprints on the window above, which she opened to dispose of the murder weapon, tell the tale more truly. But the nose reveals even more. Observe the zigzag pattern in the medical cleft below her nostrils. It's called the Petri's philtrum. It's a rare genetic condition she shares with Martin Perry, her son. Curious. Martin Perry. The young man is absent-mindedly but methodically disassembling and reassembling a fountain pen. It is as I said. Yes, the man was a professor at mine at Bergerworth College, and yes, he gave me a C and a D. But there's no reason to kill a man, wouldn't you agree? Besides, at the time of his death, I was in the laboratory trying to figure out what all the bits and pieces do. Perfect alibi, wouldn't you agree? He's right. Mere C and D are no reason to kill one's professor. But is that the whole story? Observe how the boy tinkers with the fountain pen and the train lavatory. He fancies himself a mechanic, but he wouldn't get a foot in the door of that profession if his C and D stood for car dunce. Nobody would be able to hire him, unless the professor who awarded those ignominious grades died. In that event, every grade he could ever gave would be voided, and this young man could be take a plum job in a car manufacturer and start earning the big bucks. I don't think that's how it works. The professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. Alright. So he's trying to hire Martin Perry. But the wife supposedly poisoned the victim, so that the kid would get a job. The victim was poisoned by Ryokenshi. Please all become clear. Exotic poison from the Almodovar rubber tree. To avoid Martin Perry's car dunce grade so he could take tires for Mr. Andretti. Martin Perry dreams of working on cars, and his fresh ideas excite Mr. Andretti, who runs the tire factory, but Master Perry's professor has effectively blacklisted him as car dunce, unemployable. What to do? Kill the professor, of course, and avoid that odious grade. Here the plot becomes more wretched. Master Perry's mother, Yume Ryokenshi, marries the professor and arranges for him to be present at the very same train as Master Perry and Mr. Andretti, who supplies an undetectable poison administered by Mrs. Ryokenshi. Et voila, no more professor, no more car dunce. But there's one thing that our three conspirators did not count on. Me. I am not ashamed. Any parent, sir, would do the same, as would any manager seeking new talent with interesting ideas about tires. If you call someone a car dunce, you're branding them for life, and you're responsible for anything that happens next. How awful, the three of them in it together? Tell you what, detective, at the next stop, they can all get out and take the bus. A sick business. Quite so, but a wonderful feeling to be possessed by great gifts, great powers of deduction and observation, and to use them. Here's another, a gift that is. Call it a reward. Mysterious owl ring. Nice ring, isn't it? Look what rewards accrue to the powerful. Look how the world itself reveals itself at your touch. Now, here's the thing. We've solved the mystery, but we haven't actually solved solve the murder. We haven't actually solved the curse. And now that I think about it, they really just kind of gave you the answer. But if you try on the ring, here's something cool you can do. Detective mode. A quick glance from Charles' shoes revealed the handyman suffers from Webster toes, which his toes are identical to those of dictionary editor Noah Webster. Elementary, my dear myself. Detective mode. Any serious reader of court records knows about the boy who tried to win Jessica's heart by buying her a zoo. They were 13 at the time. Ever since, he has been in juvenile debtor's prison. Oh. That's hilarious. Do not trouble her with this memory. Can't use detective mode on Simone. For whatever reason. Sorry, cat. Alphonse is doing some weird swamp dance. You closely observe, see what you can do. Every night, Alphonse goes to the library to research a non-existent weapon called a skull gun. I want to detective mode. The pattern of nicks and scratches on Molly's fingers can only be made by playing 5-finger envelope with the beak of a live hawk. The woman is tough. Gabby. You observe closely to see what you can deduce. You notice Gabby make furtive scribblings, but she thinks nobody is watching. From a glance, it appears she's working on a version of Pride and Prejudice, but with zombies. Pride and Prejudice and zombies. That's an actual book. Say, detective mode. In academic circles, it's heavily rumored that Simone is trying to build a robot that can beat a human at chess. Supposedly, she has a prototype called Shallow Blue, but she hasn't developed it enough yet. Fancy Dan is a nickname. His real name is Daniel Daniel. The insight comes slowly. Perhaps the ring is less effective the further away it is from where the curse resides. Oh, I found a case of whiskey, by the way. Good deal. I'll add this to the menu right away. Two frat guys who helped out each other. Who helped out earlier. Detective mode. The boy from the grill has a distinctive cadence. One he shares with the anonymous editor-in-chief of SIT's Underground Humor magazine, Horset. As for the boy in the jacket, why, he has the same eyes as Sit's professor practical nepotism. Is the poor child nothing more than a walking experiment? The insight comes slowly. Perhaps the ring is less effective the further away it is from where the curse resides. Detective mode. Barrow's wall-mounted qualifications reveal him a graduate of the Ocean City Baking School, which famously exploded in 1922 when a student mixed up a combustible and non-combustible flour. Bert looks haunted. What? One of those newfangled automatic toasting machines. This one of those newfangled automatic toasting machines? Yep. It'd be a real time saver if it wasn't such a tricky contraption. Getting the settings right is driving me crazy. Want a slice? I'll give you one for free because there's no guarantee of edibility. Bert puts a slice in the machine and pushes down. After a minute, a baked, blackened shard of toast pops up. Sorry, gonna have to twiddle the knobs some more. Thanks anyway. Not for sale. Aw, I wanted a pie. Texas lost his mailman's ashes in a car wash. Mailman's ashes? There's no one here. There's no one here. No one to talk to. No one to detective mode on. Hi. Can I interest you if I find historical memorabilia? Herschel is known among collectors of war memorabilia for once paying 2,000 meat for a used candle that resembled a Habsburg. I'll take a rocket. Or two. Ten things I had about you. Louse free, huh? Just so, not some back alley haberdashery. A louse has never made and will never make it home on one of my hats. I give you my word as a good businessman. That's good. Still louse free? Detective mode. The name of the store is an allusion to Shakespeare's Taming of the Chapeau. I don't think that's what it's actually called. The insight comes slowly. Muscle of Mysticality. Wings weapon attacks. Oh, that's nice. I'll take the turban. And the cowboy hat. And that's it. I think if I go somewhere else... Let's go to Miss Brewster's. Around a streetcar and encounter a woman in a welding mask using a tightly focused magical fire to cut fenders off a parked car. I'm pretty sure that isn't your car. There's a polite cop behind you, and you turn around to see a muscular woman in oil-stained coveralls casually flipping a wrench in your hand. Is this your car? No. It ain't your business. So maybe you should teach you a little lesson about minding your business. You just said it isn't mine. Listen, you gals are going around this all around. You'll get much more reusable parts off this jalopy if you take it back to your garage first, instead of trying to strip it quick and dirty on the street before a cop shows up. Yeah, that's what we usually do, but Hotwire Nancy's visiting her ma today. Good thing you got me then. You two go ahead and I'll get tools ready. I'll get the car there for you. What are you gonna do? Just so happens I know a guy who both owes me a favor and owns a record truck. Play your cards right, maybe you can know that guy too. All it takes is a phone call. Lend me your wrench in case this old never objects to the tow hook. The two puzzle over your cool grunt for a minute and shrug it over. Alright, we'll go unlock the garage door. Don't take all day. She tosses you the wrench, two of them head off down the street. Suckers. I tricked them. I'm not gonna do anything. Hobo code. I did not notice this before. Nice lady, she only likes salesmen. Not super useful for a non-hobo, but at least you got some translation practice. Well, this wasn't here before. Ooh, a radio. We need to look... I need to keep an eye out for these radios. Where's Miss Brewster? Where's someone I can talk to? Junk mail. Wonder what this is all for. I should probably throw it out. Isn't there a trash bin somewhere? Go to the hobo camp. Ugh, I don't want a Deranger, but thank you. Okay, where's the doc? I need to learn from hobo code from him. Oh, I can take a hobo with me? Hi, friend. How's it treating you? I'm doing alright. I never got your name. I'm Obi. Pleased to meet you. I'm Crapman. How's the camp? It's fine. Most fellas here got all kinds of stories about their travels. It occurs to me that maybe I've done enough of that. Feeling a wanderlust? Well now, maybe I wouldn't put it quite that strong. Let's say a wanderthirst. Want to tag along with me? My new job, investigating spooky antiques, seems to involve a fair amount of travel. Well now, you're a pretty cool cat, and that does sound interesting. Alright, I'm in. Are we heading out now, or do you want me to wait someplace? Yeah, you can tag along with me for now. Mind waiting at the Purple Pig? I could use some downtime to tweak the settings on my robot anyway. Let's hit it! Do you know anything about hobo code? I got a glyph or two. Pulls a scrap of paper out of his oboe and shows you a few symbols you hadn't seen before. Sweet, thanks. You're from Ocean City originally, Ilby? Born in upstate New York. What town? You wouldn't have heard of it. Nowheresville. Man, I split that scene as soon as I was old enough to stick out my thumb. Doesn't sound like you miss it much. What's the miss? I got the whole world stretched out in front of me. And people are asleep in here. Where's the doctor? There's a doctor. Hello, thanks for pointing me here. It's been great. Yeah, I bet everyone's really glad to have a doctor around. Yep, although we've had a pretty robust lot here, so there hasn't been anything really interesting for me to do yet. But you know what they say, every unremoved appendix is basically a ticking time bomb. Scary. You know hobo code? Sure, I can teach you the hobo code for all kinds of medical terms. He teaches you how to read his handwriting, and then teaches you some hobo code. Can you spare some first aid supplies? Here you go. Use them in good health. No, wait, that would be wasteful. Use them when wait until you're in bad health. Yeah, it makes sense. Thanks, Doc. Ah, you get around a lot, right? You go lots of places. Do you think you might be in the vicinity of the Seaside Institute of Technology anytime soon? I have a small delivery I need someone to make. Sure, I can do that later. I've received word that a hobo out there has come into possession of a number of old dorm room beds, and we could certainly make use of them. You should locate that man and give him this invitation. The hobo can give you this letter to deliver to Ovid Lobdell if you see him. Oh, that guy. I think I know him. I'll keep an eye out. Can you teach me some hobo code? According to hobo code, I am, of course, obliged to assist. First, let me test you. Convince me of your worthiness, and I will grant you a boon. You know, to be honest, it doesn't matter. I already know all the hobo code. In fact, I should be testing you. Oh, really? Okay, hotshot, go for it. What's a symbol for public bathroom? Oh, it's simple. That one's... Hey, you won't scam me that easy. You're trying to get me to tell you it's a rectangle with a crescent moon on it, so you can pretend you knew all along. Well, shucks. You got me. I guess you better ask me instead. Ha! So what is the symbol for a public bathroom, then? It's a rectangle with a crescent moon? Well, you got it right, so I guess you earned a boon. King Johnny takes out a small notebook, writes a glyph on it, and hands you the page. What's this? That is a hobo code symbol for boon. One of my favorite jokes! I wish I got to use it more often. Alright. Fair enough. Hands off. Okay, I won't touch your telephone. How you doing, Gabe? You're doing good. Have I met this guy with shades earlier? Oh, this guy. Hey, thanks for telling me about this place. Fine little community. Nice, glad you're settling in. Yep, I'm accustomed to the solitary life of a fisherman, but it's nice to have some folks to come home at the end of the day. Nobody's complained about the smell. Yet. Good. I like your hat. Grew it myself. I've tried to grow some socks as well, but they're much trickier. Pass by the entrance of a dark alley. Several shadow spiders come out and scuttle you. I'm not sure which is more horrifying, being attacked by weird shadow spiders or that they spread this far from where you originally encountered them. They are very weak, though. Hardly a fight. Alright. You're gonna try to fight my hobo friend? I don't think so. Get lost. Ow! Ah, I'm poisoned! Hot lick. Obi the Obo Hobo will play a hot lick to a shadowy spider, dealing 3 hot damage. Right. Reed slice. Slice a spider with a reed, dealing 1 physical damage and causing bleeding. I'm trying to get the feeling you're kind of more of an early game companion. Adios! D1. You seem aware that your regular physical weapons can damage these shadow creatures, but why argue a success? Okay, I should probably get rid of this ring now. Project. Now, to actually get rid of the Curse of the Ring, we need to do something a bit silly. I have solved the murder. Yes or no? What are you getting at? The victim was blown up by a giant dog with combustible flour out of lust. What are you doing? Detective, you've already solved the case. You were given great power and you used it. Don't you remember? Don't you remember the ring? You're being foolish now. No. Yes, I must take my leave. Is it not? No. I thought that was how you solve it. Let me try again. Let me try messing it up some more. Clobbered by me. A falling piano. To shut him up. You fool! Fool! I gave you great powers of deduction and observation. I gave you the powers to bend back the skin of the world and sniff up its insides. How dare you waste it? You really want to live a life without this power? You really want to live in the dark? Yes. You're a fool. And I wouldn't sell that ring on the finger of a fool. Give it back now. You don't deserve it. I uncurse you. You just deliberately botch up the mystery. So, did that curse effectively try to bribe you into not destroying it? That's a little disconcerting. You look at the key that once harbored its shadowy magic. It shimmers in the light. Putting the terrible key on the chain has rendered it decorative. Yay! Item drops. You check your finger and pockets. No mysterious owl ring. You're reminded of the great figures of history who wielded incredible power and chose to give it up. You can't think of anyone specifically, but the concept is interesting to consider. Who is someone famous who gave up great power? He's not famous, but my dad never eats more than he needs to at a buffet. I don't remember where I read this, but there's a rumor that Anne Boleyn had access to a tank but chose not to use it. No need, she said. Ain't no one else had a tank? Walt Whitman. Interesting. Time to pick a fourth store. Alright. First applicant is Rodkin's Fine Jewelry. A jewelry store could class up the old Plunkett Street. Second is Ye Old Chemiker, some SIT science lady who wants to sell potions. The last applicant is Advanced Pants. Doesn't say what they're planning on selling, but I assume that it's pants. A potion store would be I'm leaning between the jeweler and the potion store. It's all very tempting. Actually, I don't have much on the venue of pants. Let's go with advanced pants. I'll get them moved in the next storefront ready for applicants. Thanks, Charles. We head out the bird path Parvati Argai gave her. Bertram happily flies over it and starts splashing around. Find a hook on one of the ceiling beams and hang it your new refrigerator. You place a glowy orb thing on your knick-knack shelf. An old rag doll on the top shelf. Consider the orb. You trace a finger around the periphery of the orb for a while. Yes, yes. Very good. Very good. Theater Man Cola! Increase your maximum HP by 11. Alright. Let's go to sleep. Where, oh. This isn't me. Today is October 20th, 1902. My diary. Write today's entry. This diary is property of Margaret. All others are to keep out under penalty of law. Dear Diary, yesterday our dog Daisy died. Papa said it was bound to happen because she was older than me, which isn't old for a kid, but it's really old for a dog. He said we'll get a new dog soon, but I was sad anyway. Some birthday. Yeah, it's fair. At school today, the teacher asked what we wanted to be when we grow up. I said I'll be God, because then I can make all the dogs live a long time and all are always happy. Everyone laughed, and that jerk Billy Hibsley said, a girl can't be God. So I said I'll be president instead, because that's nearly as good. He said a girl can't be president either. Well, I'll show him. I'm gonna make all kinds of laws about being nice to dogs, and I'll make being a jerk illegal too, so Billy Grimsley goes to jail and can eat nothing but bread and water forever. So there. Yeah. Might have twisted your worldview a bit there at young age. Poindexter. What do you want this time? Madam Comptroller, I merely need your signature on these budget revisions. With this, the remainder of funds currently allocated to municipal services will be redirected to your shadow presidential campaign and your other projects. Sounds a bit obvious. Rest assured, I'm only sparing you the details, which you have not made quite clear to me that you find intolerably boring. The transactions will be meticulously obscured, though shell corporations, cutouts, offshore accounts, and the like. Alright. Better not be skimming more off the top than I'm willing to ignore. Certainly not, Madam Comptroller. One of your PR lackeys, carefully trained to be just unafraid of you enough to tell you what not to say in public. Alright, time for the recording announcement of your candidacy for Shadow President. Attention, peons! Oh geez, don't call them peons, ma'am. Please try for a less totalitarian tone, registry. That's right, so something like, my fellow citizens, good evening. I, Margaret... That's weird. The levels went all funny when you said your last name. Don't worry about it. Hereby announce my candidacy for Shadow President. Vote me or else. No, sorry man, no. Start out by explaining who you are. Most of them probably don't pay much attention to local politics. Alright. In my role as Ocean City's Comptroller, I have made it my mission to eliminate waste and graft my city's finances, make sure you all get exactly what you deserve, rob your suckers blind for my own nefarious ends. Eliminate waste and graft in city's finances. That seemed like the best thing to say. Eliminate waste and graft in city's finances. And I am proud to say that I have been completely successful through my program of shutting down needlessly wasteful civic programs such as reserving your valuable taxpayer meat for the things that actually matter, ensuring none of you have the time or energy to protest my actions, forcing you to live in despair like the rats you are. Reserving your valuable taxpayer meat for things that actually matter. Things like Mom, baseball, apple pie, family, prosperity, and freedom. Perfectly meaningless. Love it. Okay, just do a call to action, top it off, and when you're off, and we're done. Vote for me is a vote for you. Great, perfect, good. Is that all? Yeah, we'll add the legal, this message is a blah 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 campaign for the shadow president stuff in post. Great, I'm out of here. Time travel makes my guts itch. This guy is a yokel, even by standards of his time. Oh, we're back in time. Race the wheels. Mayor Burby, I presume? Yes, who are you? I'm here to speak to you about the Crystal Dream Valley Dam project. I want you to make the dam bigger, much bigger, and much more powerful. Here are some revised plans. The dam this large would flood the valley and displace hundreds of people. And besides, the dam is planned will provide a perfectly accurate amount of power. Why would we need to make it bigger? How about a handshake agreement? What? I don't even know who you are. You want me to agree to this on the basis of a handshake? Specifically, I'm offering you a chance to shake hands with the handle of this large briefcase filled with meat. Oh no, yes, I think this new plan is quite viable. Good. You bribed the dude. Desk was carved from a single block of tedium, the raw element from a form of boring work. They're just sheep in your office. What the hell? Turns out a lot of president's time is spent on ceremonial bullcrap that nobody cares about. Case in point, pardoning the Thanksgiving turkey. None of your A's know what a turkey looks like, apparently. Pardon the damn thing, anyway. Your desk covered in policy documents, both benevolent and malign. There's a note here about going back in time and making a Crystal Dream Dam bigger. Gotta get on that eventually, didn't we? The ridiculous court wizard isn't taking the situation seriously. Make it clear to her what she is required. Give me your progress on the SIT thing. Have you taken care of a problem yet? Oh, it's so dreary and unfestive there. All that math or science. It isn't holly or jolly. Screw your damn theme. Your entire job is dealing with magical issues. I won't have that do-gooding interloper messing around the library. There's too much at stake. Get it dealt with, or I'm giving Crimbo's federal holiday status to the frigging groundhog. You wouldn't. Go! Get out of my office! 6 lockers. Some dumb jock kid who used to have a presidential fitness award. Give a presidential fitness award to. Can I access my inventory? No, I don't. I can't. We're too busy. Kid, how's it going? Hi? Brilliant. Alright, by the power invested in me as Shadow President, here's an award for being able to climb a rope faster than most other kids, which is definitely important, and this is a great use of my time. Thanks. Do I have to give a speech? Whatever, I'm out of here. We're in the bog! Oh hey, the gator. I killed this man. Or not really. Edited strong, make rich! Yes, I know. And yes, you don't have to remind me of the true terms of our 2-word agreement. You're keeping your people mean and hungry? Worse, warriors mean, warriors hungry, good fighters. That's right, your mate isn't a hole, this stinking mud hole, if I need to use force. So you better stay on top of things if you want your make rich. Keep everyone worshipping at the Gator Shrine too, but for God's sake, don't mess with the stuff in the basement. If you screw anything up down there, I will turn you into wallets. Get me? No, I get. Good. Oh. I feel like we've gone a bit bad with power. Duty calls again. Be useless. Oh. Get it over with. More damn paperwork. How come nobody told me being president is all paperwork and talking to idiots? Sorry, ma'am, but the unwashed glasses gotta be kept in line while we amass power. Yeah, fine. I hereby sign this order declaring July 12th Natural Bread and Circus Day. All citizens get a complimentary dinner roll and a free turn on the nearest suitable trapeze. Ma'am, I ain't sure that... Who cares? Let the Coolidge deal with it. What's he even for, anyway? This is all beneath me. Nice beard you got there. Hellstorm, let's hear your report. Everything's fine and dandy, ma'am. I don't exactly understand what the shadow energy stuff is exactly, or why you want so goddamn much of it. But the converters are spraying it out like slicker grease mice out in the Gatling gun, with plenty of slag left over to press into those weird monsters you like. Finally, some good news. So you meet the project deadline? Yep. Though we'll need to expand the oil drilling operations some more. Need to assign this permit so we can expand into lots 210 and 240. Sure, wait. 210? 240? There's a problem? My family's farm is 223. Ah, well, man, if you're wanting your weird black juice, you gotta get the regular black juice out of the ground first. Alright, fine. Sorry, Grandpa. Oh, no. You've signed away what's left of your humanity at this point. Enough of this. Oops. That wasn't supposed to be my dream, wasn't it? Consider the orb. Very good, very good. Oops. Well, I've got that now. That was the wrong button. Warp touch, twinkling fingers. Gatorman Cola! Wah, wah, wah! No shards have been invented yet, so TV is useless. We got a signal from a signal. Wait. We got a signal from a sickle. You know, the farming tool thing. It's over in Gray County somewhere. Mostly nothing but farms there. But there's a store that's been open since forever. Owner's name is Jasper. He knows Murray. He'll probably help you out. Here's a map. Gray County placement map. In the middle of the map, Jessica's giving you a placemat from the restaurant in Gray County. This is a different placemat. It literally has a map of the county right in the middle of it. Oh, I'm just impressed that you found a way to give me an actual map while still also giving me a thing that isn't a map. All right. I decided I wanted Simone back. Where is Simone? Oh, there she is. I can use your expertise for a bit. All right. I think we're gonna stop here for today. Next time we play, I'm going to do a bunch of side quests to catch up on those. But for now, I will be back on playing Pokemon. I gotta snag them all on Friday. Until then!